live. Here we are. Welcome, welcome everybody. So, yeah, bit of an unexpected stream, but I figured, before I got back into the thick of things, I wanted something that I could just do that I had been wanting to do, that wasn't part of the regular schedule. So there wouldn't be as much of a problem if I run into technical issues on the new computer. And I also just wanted to test out, what the new computer felt like. Um, and I gotta say, having a dual monitor setup is so much easier for streaming. Because I just have the stream itself up uh on the second monitor and can kind of just glance over and see, hey, if stream's gone down, I'm the first person to know about it. Alrighty. So, I'm here with my good friend Sol, who is
Hello.
actually, I don't know if it's exactly right to say Sol introduced me to this game, because I knew about the game previously and had been interested in looking into it, but a mutual friend introduced us, and Sol did help me learn the game a lot better and actually, figure out what it was trying to do and how I should play it, because for all of the frankly ludicrous amounts of praise that I'm about to heap on this game, the one thing I will not praise it for is its onboarding process.
Very much so.
It is very difficult to figure out from just the game box itself, the base game box, how the hell you're supposed to play this. And the base game box in particular made some, I would say, pretty major missteps in terms of marketing what this game actually is. And that is unfortunately a running theme for Fantasy Flight games. They make excellent games, but then they have a habit of shooting themselves in the foot basically everywhere else. For example, the fact that I cannot find this particular tabletop sim mod that I'm using on the Tabletop Sim Steam Workshop, because Fantasy Flight decided to take it down. I will not be telling you where to get this mod. You're gonna have to go on a bit of a quest looking for it on your own. I've been on that quest myself. It's not all that hard, and if anyone really, really wants it, just DM me and I'll send you a link to where you can get it. I just want to be a little
it's
bit...
very weird because the existence of this table is not a secret. They openly collaborate and work with YouTubers who openly use this table. So it's a very weird policy they have about it.
Yeah, I almost wonder, right? Oh, hold on. We've got a loading issue with the stream. Is that going to be an issue? Nope. Okay, it's functional. It was just a blip of internet quality. But yeah, I almost wonder if there's some kind of disconnect between like Fantasy Flight's legal team and Fantasy Flight's creative team. Because I'm wondering if it's the creative team that is more in like, talking about like collaboration, or maybe the marketing team, like collaboration with people, whatever. And then there's a legal team like, no, we must protect our IP. It's one of those things where like, it's possible that they see it as a, hey, if we don't defend the IP for this game, then we'll lose the rights to it, or something silly like that, even though that's not actually how that law works. But broadly speaking, even though this table is an open secret, you can find... I'm not going to just put out on a video recording where to find it, just in case I do not want to be a snitch. I'm probably being overly cautious here, but it's better to be overly cautious than to end up with like getting the team that makes the super complete edition table see indeed. Anyway, we can send good old Joe Sargent on his way because both of us already know how to use this mod, and we can get right to it. So, what exactly is this game? I mentioned this beforehand, but it's something of a fusion of a tabletop RPG, specifically the Call of Cthulhu tabletop RPG, with a collectible card game. Or I guess what's called a living card game, or LCG. If you don't know what that means, it means that instead of buying booster packs, all of the cards you need to play the game are just released in full sets that you buy. It's kind of supposed to be a like less predatory way of doing collectible card games, where you don't have to like worry about the secondary market or trying to pull things that you want from packs.
With legally not gambling.
Yeah, engage with legally not gambling. I hate booster packs so much. But yeah, then like for what that is, I do like that. It's really just a case of realistically, there's still financial fuckery going on. It's just takes a different form. It's more like endless DLC releases, but broadly speaking, I think Arkham Horror has done a pretty decent job of it. Anywho, so, Base says it updates the game but doesn't make metas to what, or just make metas too. I'm not entirely sure what you mean by that, but I think I broadly get what you're saying. Anywho, so in this game, we play as an investigator. Let me go over here so we can take a look at some of them. For example, here's the core pack of investigators. The investigators are divided into 5 broad archetypes: guardians, seekers, rogues, mystics, and survivors.
Which you may broadly recognize from the proper Arkham Horror board games to an extent, but here they're a much more codified character category.
Yeah, there's broad ideas of, like, in the other Arkham Horror type board games or Eldritch Horror, what each character is, like, good at or bad at. There's characters who are better at magic, characters who are better at talking, characters who are better at fighting, so on and so forth. But in the card game, these are actually a tool that they use for balance, where every single card has a type that is matched to one of these 5 types, or typeless. There are neutral cards. And how a character plays can be very dependent on their deck building options. For example, Agnes Baker here. Or wait, that's the wrong version of Baker. Agnes Baker here can get level 0 to 5 mystic cards. And cards only go from 0 to 5, so that's she can put every single mystic card in the game in her deck. And she can also take survivor cards, but only up to level 2. She can't take any of the really, really high-level survivor cards. So she's kind of got a mixed thing going on,
not
but
many,
yeah.
So
yeah. But yes, this is how they balance these characters, is certain characters either have or don't have access to certain types of tool. As for the cards themselves, you can see right here that it's pretty clear what archetype each falls into due to the color. So, like, blue is the Guardian color. Yellow, orange is Seekers, green is Rogues, purple is Mystics, and red is Survivors. take a major note of this card. Look what I found, because you're going to be seeing it a lot. um, and the ones that just have the ones that just have a like sort of featureless grayish border, those are neutral cards. So basically, I don't think there's a single character in the game that can't take neutral cards.
Yeah, there've been a ton of weirdos, but to my knowledge, there has never been a character that can't take neutral 0 to 5.
What about, are there any characters, out of curiosity, that can only take neutral cards for whatever reason? I doubt it.
I'm pretty sure no. That would be a genuinely funny custom concept, to be actually.
It would, but also the neutral card pool isn't really designed to support that, I don't think.
Yeah.
You don't really have, like, any sort of archetype among neutral cards. They're all just kind of generic good stuff, but not as good as the archetypes get.
Yeah, and even then, by design, not as good as the in-class options.
Yeah, because, like, the idea is, you know, if you don't have access to, let's say, the Rogue Switchblade, or some other sort of knife type thing, you know, you can just take the regular knife, but it's not as good. I actually don't know if that's true. Like, I assume the Switchblade's probably better than the knife, but
very debatable. I would honestly take neutral knife.
Fair enough. And yeah, you're all probably seeing why Soul is here as well, because I'm probably going to get things wrong about this game, because all of these cards right here, these are just from the core set. And you can see the number of boxes here. These are the sets. I don't think this is even all of them. It's kind of insane.
Yeah, and the new wave of content is going to only start releasing more shit.
Yeah.
Faster.
But I almost forgot. So the way these cards work, right, is that so the color of the card and the little symbol in the top right is actually, it looks like that symbol's only on assets. So it's, or no, wait, it's just in a different place on events and stuff. Where is it on skills? Let me see. Actually, shoot, in the base set,
it's still in top left for skill.
Ah, gotcha. Top left. Okay, so it's top left for skill, top right for asset, and center for event. That's a bit weird. They kept moving it around. But that tells you what archetype the card belongs in, or what class the card belongs in. Role? I never remember the terms for this.
All right. You have something like the gun, which is an asset, or for the MTG players, a permanent. It's a thing you put and keep in play and can do stuff potentially recursively.
Right. Events are more like instants. You play them, they do a thing, they go away.
And so by default, sorceries. So,
yeah, sorceries by default, sorry. Instants of sorceries. And the third type of card is skill, which I'm sorry to say, this is where the Magic the Gathering metaphor kind of falls apart, because
is a very specifically Arkham concept.
Skills basically give you bonuses to your skill checks.
We didn't have to explain skill checks and skills.
Yeah, we're gonna do that. Luckily, the players are the players. The viewers are probably gonna figure it out soon enough by just watching us play. But I wanted to give some basic concepts that we're probably going to be sort of skipping over the full explanations of. The number in the top left of the cards, which you'll notice are not present on skills, that's important. That's the card's cost. Cost is paid in resources, which are they're a resource system that we get during the game. Sort of like a mana cost. And then the card will have these tags, which are sometimes relevant. Whatever text goes here in this section. Sometimes cards will have, especially assets have these. Assets will have or sometimes have, not always, but sometimes, a little circular symbol that shows what slot they go in. If an asset has that slot, that means you can only have a limited number of them. So, for example, Beat Cop here is an ally asset. And if we look over at one of the player boards, there's only one space for allies.
Which notably is an invented abstraction of the table. In the actual physical game, it's Magic the Gathering playmat rules. Slots exist in the rulebook.
Oh. I see. So you can only have one ally at a time still. That's still correct?
Yeah, by default.
Okay, yeah. But yeah, so this is not an actual player mat. These are invented for the table. I see, that's what you were saying. But yeah, basically, you've got 2 hands, 2 spots for, like, arcane stuff, an accessory slot, a body slot that's usually for, like, a coat or bulletproof vest or something, 1 ally slot, and 1 tarot card slot, which is a thing that was added by a later expansion. And then a bunch of generic slots that you can kind of put anything into if it doesn't take up a slot on its own. Also, Beat Cop has health and sanity values, which means that whenever you take health or sanity damage, damage or horror, I believe they're called, you can choose, instead of putting it on yourself, to put it on the cop. We'll probably be referring to this concept as soak or soaking damage. That's what this means. It means using an ally or other card that has extra health or sanity in order to take a little bit of extra damage without dying. And the final notable thing on the card to really pay attention to is these little symbols right there under the cost. Those symbols they have to do with skill checks. They are the stats that you're given when you commit this card to a skill check. So every card has a double use. Like, I can play this Beat Cop for his actual effect, or I can commit him to a skill check to get 1 extra strength. Or we'll probably just be calling the 4 stats head, fist, book, and foot.
Yeah, they inherited the names from the other Arkham products, but yeah, everyone in practice just calls them by the fucking shape.
Yeah. Also, the question marks are wild. There is actually one more thing. You'll notice on Disc of Itzamna here that underneath the cost, there's 2 little white dots there out of 5. As opposed to evidence here that has no white dots. That's the card's level. Oh, hello, Blippi. Blippi says, oh, hey, didn't I meet this friend? I believe you did, yes. But yes, this is the card's level. And it's, basically, it means that you have to pay XP across the course of a campaign to add this card to your deck. So, like, at the beginning of the game, you build a starter deck out of just 0 XP cards. And then as you go through a campaign and go through, like, multiple chapters, you'll get XP. And you can use that XP to upgrade your deck by putting in cards. And these can include better versions of the exact same card. Like, right here, we have Beat Cop and Beat Cop. They have the same name, but they work slightly differently. The upgraded Beat Cop adds a foot instead of just a fist to the stats on the skill commit. um, instead of discarding Beat Cop to deal 1 damage to an enemy, you just exhaust Beat Cop and deal 1 damage to him, which means that you can effectively use his ability, I think, 3 times? Or would he go away before the damage is dealt on the 3rd one?
Yeah, it is 3 times.
It's 3 times. Excellent.
Yeah, this is a slight hiccup for some card players because of how state-based effects work in Arkham versus other games. You can do stuff like that.
Yeah, it's a little bit funky because I'm used to how it works in Magic, where like you can't use a Planeswalker's loyalty ability if you have exactly that many counters because it'll be destroyed before the ability can actually happen. That is not how it works in this game. But yeah, and also he's got 1 extra health, so like if I go into a game starting off with the Beat Cop. And after, like, let's say the first scenario, I've got 2 XP, I could choose to replace this Beat Cop in my deck with this Beat Cop by spending those 2 XP, and now that card is better for the rest of the game.
Yeah, specifically that 1 copy, because you can have, by default, 2 copies of any given card by name in your deck. So you can have 2 Beat Cops, but for that purpose, Beat Cop 0 and Beat Cop 2 are the same card.
Yeah, so you could have a Beat Cop 0 and Beat Cop 2, you could have 2 Beat Cop 0s, you could have 2 Beat Cop 2s. Those are all fine, but you just have to be able to pay for the Beat Cop 2s in your experience. Also, another note here, just because it may have caught someone's eye. If you're wondering what's up with these 2 copies of Dr. Milan Christopher that are exactly the same cost and the same level, but have different text, this copy of Dr. Christopher is mutated. That effectively means that this card has been errated, and by errated, I mean nerfed into the ground because it was bullshit.
Yeah, Arkham Horror was very much an eternal card pool they were designing on the fly, so very quickly they took the pretty unprecedented step and had a fucking nerf/buff list for a physical card game.
Yep.
It is strictly optional for obvious reason, but there's very little reason apart from principle to use or not use it in the digital version, because we can just have the new printings.
Exactly. But yeah, so Dr. Christopher here, what happened here is that, what changed is, originally he said, reaction, after you successfully investigate, gain 1 resource. And now he says, after you successfully investigate, exhaust Dr. Christopher, gain 1 resource. Which means you can only do it once per turn now. You used to be able to do it any number of times per turn, which was bullshit, and way too strong, and made Seekers...
Honestly, he still is.
He still is probably way too strong.
Yeah, to the point where the previewed new ally in the new core box that's coming out, that's a direct equivalent to him, is both notably worse and specifically references him in the flavor text.
Yeah, they know. They know they fucked up. But yeah, so I suppose our first major choice is which thing are we gonna run? Since we both know the game, I'm gonna be honest, I don't want to play Knight of the Zealot again. I've played that
entirely fair.
Tons of times with tons of new players. I've played it myself a couple times. It's a decent introduction to the game, but I want something a little bit more interesting. Now, I don't know much about a lot of these campaigns because I have not yet played them. I've played through the entirety of the Dunwich Legacy, and I played through most of the Path to Carcosa, but I failed on the, I think it was second to last section of it.
Stars Rise? That's the seventh one, yeah.
Yeah, Stars Rise. It's the one with the whole thing with like the rising water and all that.
Yep, that's the one.
I failed on that one, and that just ended the campaign right there. So I got the bad ending. I played the first scenario of Forgotten Age and the first scenario of the Circle Undone. The ones that I played like first scenario of, I could absolutely still play again. I want to save the Path to Carcosa for potentially a full playthrough with more people. Though who knows?
Yeah, I'd say that's a pretty good choice for that because, like, Night of the Zealot, which is the 3-part campaign in the beginner core box, is functional at teaching you the basics of how the game works. But Path to Carcosa is the first one people point to as like, this demonstrates what people expect out of the game and consider the standard.
It's the first really good campaign and possibly the best one overall. I think you could make a genuine argument for it. It's very good. So do you have a preference, Soul?
Not particularly.
Alrighty. Are there any scenarios that you would say are like way too complicated or hard for like starting off with for people on the stream?
In terms of difficulty for us, you've played the first scenario of the Forgotten Age. You've seen what that bullshit is like.
Fair enough. I'm more worried about people being able to follow what's going on than I am about us being confused. Well, I know you're not going to be confused at anything. I might be confused.
Yeah. Admittedly, I genuinely think the prologue of TCU might be a genuinely interesting tutorial experience.
That is an interesting one. I do like... I did play that. That's the one where you're like... You play as sort of a bunch of separate characters who then vanish in the prologue, and then the rest of the campaign is at least partially about where did these people go.
Yep.
That's a fun one.
It's a genuinely interesting little scenario.
That said...
Only because also it will require the least setup from us because we don't have to build a deck for it.
I mean, I figure you've probably got... I mean, I've got a deck on tap, and I'm pretty sure you do too, right? You got plenty of them.
Yeah, at least a few. But I think disappearance from TCU would be a good way to just jump in and show what all the concepts we're talking about, how they apply in practice.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Let's grab the Circle Undone. All right. So we got this thing. And so we're going to play that. Let's see here. Toggle setup button. Why is there no setup button? What? That's weird. Where'd it go? There's a button that appears to be inside the thing. There we go. What the heck was that all about? So, the way these campaigns work is that you've got these, like, different chapters, as well as our little campaign guide. So, this one is interesting in that it has a prologue to the campaign. Normally, a campaign is about 8 chapters long. This one has this weird 9th prologue chapter. And it's a pretty interesting little introduction. So, death is only the beginning. The hidden cults to which these witches belonged often guarded and handed down surprising secrets from elder forgotten eons, and it was by no means impossible that Keziah had actually mastered the art of passing through dimensional gates. H.P. Lovecraft, The Dreams in the Witch House. Oh, Dreams in the Witch House. That's a fun one. I find a lot of people don't talk about that particular Lovecraft story, but it's pretty interesting in what it is. Anywho. So we've got some... Oh, base for beans? I don't know it. Short version of Dreams in the Witch House is that you've got a university student who moves into this house, and he starts having these horrible nightmares that he realizes are because Keziah Mason, I believe it was, a witch, previously lived in the house and was using them for these sort of witchcraft / experiments, because one of the consistent things in Lovecraft's storylines is that magic and weird science are basically the same thing. Lovecraft was, of course, scared of witches and magic and horrible curses and things, but he was equally scared of the possibility of science advancing to the point that revealed some kind of inherent awful truth about the world. So a lot of Dreams in the Witch House is this idea of, like, you've got this witch and she's doing magic, but the magic is, like, opening dimensional portals to other planets and stuff.
Yeah. Without spoiling, I will say the name Keziah Mason and others will show up later in this campaign.
Hell yeah. I did notice that one of the things I actually really liked about the Dunwich Legacy, even though the Dunwich Legacy is kind of a nothing campaign when compared to everything that came after, I loved that Dunwich Legacy really felt like an actual follow-up to the Dunwich Horror. That's one of my favorite Lovecraft stories, and like I was like, oh shit, the three professors that you're rescuing are actually the three professors from the Dunwich Horror, the ones that eventually beat the monster. And like there's a number of characters that are directly characters from the Dunwich Horror that reappear in Dunwich Legacy. So it feels like, further adventures in the world where this all happened. That's a thing that this game does very well. It never really, from what I've seen at least, it never really just retells the original Lovecraft story. It assumes that we are in a setting where all of Lovecraft's stories have happened, and whenever we go back to one of them, it's like a follow-up.
Yeah, most explicit with Edge of the Earth, which is literally just a direct follow-up to Mountains of Madness, where all that shit happens, not quite similarly exactly again, but very much similar beats. The two survivors of the original story are even, like, narratively significant characters.
Yeah. I do recommend Dreams in the Witch House. I recommend basically reading all of Lovecraft stuff. Aside from, like, the few bits of Lovecraft I really don't recommend are the stuff he wrote with Zalia Bishop. Mostly because, as I mentioned in the Eldritch Horror episode, Zalia Bishop is astoundingly racist. And, like, I would argue way more so than Lovecraft, and it really comes through in her writing. It's bad. But basically anything else Lovecraft wrote, there's moments where you're gonna, like, screw up your face and go, what the fuck, Howard? But for the most part, it's all pretty good. And a lot of Lovecraft's xenophobia and racism is thankfully confined to subtext, which I cannot say for Zalia Bishop. Please don't read Medusa's Coils. Anyway. So, we've got some additional rules for this expansion. Haunted is an ability that appears on some locations. Each time an investigator fails a skill test while investigating a location, after applying all results for that skill test, that investigator must resolve all haunted abilities on that location. So it's a location that it's a way of keywording thing happen when you fail skill test while investigating. A location is haunted for the purposes of other card effects if it has at least one haunted ability, printed or otherwise. Alert. Each time an investigator fails a skill test while attempting to evade an enemy with the alert keyword, after applying all results for that skill test, that enemy makes an attack against the evading investigator, which does not exhaust them. And this happens regardless of whether you're engaged with the evading investigator or not. And it also includes story cards, which I've seen in other scenarios as well. So that's simple enough. The 4 investigator cards depicted here are marked with the disappearance at the Twilight Estate encounter set icon and can only be used in the prologue for the Circle Undone. Can't be used in other scenarios. So on and so forth. And yeah. Okay, so we don't choose our investigators or make our decks just yet, so we're going to start by placing the thing. We've got 2 investigators playing, so let's go ahead and put down our names, but not our investigator names just yet. So I'm Viken. There we go.
And Sol, there we go.
Wonderful. And let's go ahead and place Disappearance at the Twilight Estate. This, by the way, is one of my single favorite things about this Super Complete Edition mod, is the fact that when you set up a chapter, it does that big dramatic church bell title card.
Yes, it's so funny.
Alrighty, so choose a difficulty level. I say we go with standard.
Standard is the correct difficulty for this game. I'm
Alrighty.
not going to qualify that take at all.
Fair enough. It looks like the only thing we have for Disappearance at the Twilight Estate is that the skull token means -3, and if you fail and this is an attack or evasion attempt, resolve each haunted ability on your location. Wait, okay, how does that work? Because don't the haunted abilities already do that?
Only while you're specifically investigating that location.
Oh, so if you're doing anything else but you draw the skull, then you also trigger haunted. Got it.
If you fail, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So, to start off, Prologue, Scenario 0, Disappearance at the Twilight Estate. Sunday, November 22nd, 1925. Arkham, Massachusetts. Though All Hallows' Eve is nearly a month past, a grim melancholy lingers throughout the town. Each morning, a thick fog permeates the streets. Nights are beginning to grow longer, and if you ask around town, you'll hear people swear that it's getting darker, too. But despite the gloomy mood, progress continues in the sleepy town of Arkham. The election of Nathaniel Rhodes to the United States Senate has upstanding members of the community feeling optimistic about the town's future. And tonight, at his well-appointed estate in French Hill, a man named Joseph Meager hosts the Silver Twilight Lodge's Charity Gala, an annual members-only event that will turn deadly for several attendees. Alright, each player must choose one of the following neutral investigators: Gabriela Misra, Jerome Davids, Penny White, or Valentino Rivas. Throughout this prologue, you will play through this character's story and make choices that will determine their fate. Your choice of investigator has no direct effect on the standard investigator deck, though the results of the prologue will influence the story. Do not assemble an investigator deck for any of them. Instead, just gather their specific cards. And if there are 3 or fewer players in the campaign, we just cross off anyone who was not chosen. Alright, so we've got our neutral investigators. Let me take a look at these fellows. I do very much like Jerome Davids. Penny White, Joseph's housekeeper, Valentino Rivas, wealthy philanthropist, and Gabriela Misra, private security. Considering who I usually go with, I think Penny White's most appropriate for me. Oh dear. Accidentally got some tokens. And let's see, on the next page. Oh, gather the cards listed on the reverse side. Right. You begin play at the balcony. Search the gathered cards for 1 copy of Wraith and 1 copy of Whispers in the Dark. Spawn the Wraith engage with you and put the Whispers in the Dark into play next to the agenda deck. You begin with 2 resources instead of 5. Starting play area. We begin with the Dig Deep asset in play. The Knife and the Flashlight. And the Flashlight has 2 supply tokens remaining. Okay. And my opening hand is right here. We have a full Survivor setup with Lucky, my beloved, a Stray Cat ally, another Flashlight, the Act of Desperation event, 2 copies, an extra knife, and 2 copies of Able-Bodied. And I also have this little thing, which, give me just a second, because there is one thing that I always like to do. And longtime viewers might remember it from the Eldritch Horror stream.
Yeah, the Arkham Fantasy stands. They're very adorable.
And here they are. We have one for Gabriela, one for Jerome, Valentino, and here's Penny. So yeah, the base game has these little cards, which are very nice, but Arkham Fantasy was such a fun little project that I love using wherever I can, because they're cute. And I don't think that the Final Fantasy aesthetic actually detracts all that much from the atmosphere. Also, yeah, sorry, I forgot that I start in the balcony.
Yeah.
Anyway, Wraith and Whispers in the Dark.
Yep. There.
Whispers in the Dark for me.
Well, no, this is the discard pile, so it goes here.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I was just looking for Wraith.
Yeah, I already put it in your play area.
Oh, you did? Cool.
Yeah.
Did not notice. Oh, Whispers in the Dark in play next to the agenda deck. Yep. I see. So this goes over here. Each location gains Haunted Take 1 Horror. Hush, child. It will all be over soon. Yee. Creepy. Um, and yeah, that's our starting setup. So yeah, I've got these cards in my hand, no cards in my deck, and these things in the play area. So to broadly explain, like, a quick thing of how the game works, you'll notice that my character has stats at the top of her sheet. The stats are mirrored right here. They're used for different things, but the short version is head stat is generally for resisting bad stuff happening to you. Book stat is for gathering clues. Fist stat is for fighting, and foot stat is for running away. That's very simplified, but it's a decent way to think about it. There's an ability I have. The first ability is a reaction ability. If I succeed at a skill test during a revelation effect, I discover a clue at my location. And the little star, that's the Elder Sign symbol. It means that if I draw the Elder Sign token out of the token bag when resolving a skill test, I get to do the thing that it says. I've got these three little things right here. These represent the 3 actions I have on my turn. Each turn is basically how do you use your actions, and doing so it's the gameplay. Actions can be used in a variety of ways, but we'll get to that when we get to it. Also, 7 health, 5 sanity. That's my capacity for damage and horror.
Yeah, if you cap either one, you're out for the scenario.
Yeah. So Gavriela starts with Fate of All Fools in play, as well as 1 damage on the Spectral Watcher. And a 45 auto with 2 bullets, as well as physical training. Neat. I think that's all of our setup, so now we can go on to read the intro. Oh wait, we have to cross off the other characters. Hold on a moment.
There's the thing on the other state. So we cross off. Yep.
There's a thing right there. We go. Alrighty. So here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, Joseph Meager announces, raising a glass of champagne and a toast. A hush descends on the room until only the crackle of the fireplace and whispers of gossip can be heard. Allow me to welcome you all into my home for this year's charity gala. We have some very upstanding citizens here tonight, and I thank all of you for your hard work and generosity. Cheers and murmurs of agreement fill the room. Many of the guests raise their glasses to Valentino, one of the most esteemed members of the lodge this year, who sits at the guest of honor table, which is nearest to the fireplace. Joseph's assistant, Jerome, blends into the wall behind Joseph, discreetly checking his pocket watch. In another corner of the room, the head housekeeper, Penny, walks from table to table, filling empty glasses and collecting dirty salad plates. Each of you has done great deeds in the name of the Silver Twilight Lodge in our historic city, Joseph continues. Next year, we will continue to shoulder this burden and do what must be done for the sake of progress. Oh dear. It appears that we have an ad break, so let's take a moment.
Oh no.
Yeah, actually, you know what? While I'm reading this, I'm just going to dismiss the ad. There'll be plenty of time for ad breaks later, but where were we? Next year, we will continue to shoulder this burden and do what must be done for the sake of progress. Jerome steps forward quietly, interrupting Joseph's speech with the unassuming confidence that comes from years of trusted service. He taps Joseph lightly on his shoulder and shows him the time. I'm afraid I am already out of time. Thank you all very much for attending, Joseph concludes, bowing. Polite applause rises from the audience, and Joseph walks briskly towards the parlor, followed closely by his assistant. 2 servants collect coats as latecomers trickle into the manor, and Gabriella, Joseph's head of security, watches over the entrance with hard eyes and a clenched jaw. Has Mr. Sanford arrived? Joseph asks curtly, tapping his polished leather shoe on the floor. I'm afraid not, Jerome replies, flipping through the last pages of the estate's guest book. But he should be here any minute, Mr. Meager. Good. I want there to be no problems whatsoever when he arrives. Am I understood? Joseph calls out to Gabriella. Make sure he is well protected. Gabriella nods, patting the handle of her .45 in her shoulder holster. Joseph turns his attention back to his assistant. And have Penny make sure the main course is kept good and hot while we wait for Mr. Sanford's arrival. Not a single slice is to be served without his presence. Not even for Mr. Rivas, sir? Jerome asks, glancing at Joseph over the rim of his thick glasses. Joseph pauses for a moment, considering. Pour Mr. Rivas another glass of champagne, and I'm sure he will not complain. Also, I'm still waiting on those accounts I asked you about earlier today. Don't forget, Joseph says, clapping his assistant on the shoulder before walking back into the banquet hall. Jerome nods obediently and heads upstairs. Soon after, the dark mist would appear, and nothing would be the same. One at a time, each player must proceed to the intro for their chosen character and read that section aloud. Alrighty? Go ahead, Soul.
Alright, Gabriella's intro. You stand guard as instructed, waiting for Mr. Sanford to appear. By now, the remaining guests have filed into the banquet hall, and you can hear the sounds of merriment and drinking coming from beyond the wooden door behind you. You pay them no mind, remaining vigilant. Years of fighting and discipline have taught you to be ready for anything, even at a harmless banquet like this. Just as you begin to ponder whether your talents are being wasted under Mr. Meager's employ, a dark mist invades the parlor through the front door and the window frames, flooding the room. At first, you believe it to be only the evening fog seeping through the manor's entryway, until you begin to notice that everything the mist touches seems to have decayed, as though aged hundreds of years. Step back cautiously, keeping a hand on the grip of your weapon just in case. Never of all your years have you seen something like this. An unnatural chill spreads throughout the room, and shivers run up your spine. As the ashen mist finishes pouring in, it coalesces into a singular form. A humanoid figure wrapped in the shadows. It raises his hand and points at you with a charred, blackened finger. You unholster your firearm and point it at the creature, allowing your training to take over. Don't come any closer, you shout. The thing watching you from the entrance is unfazed. Its ethereal form begins to glide towards you, dark mist crawling over the carpet in its wake. I warned you, you growl, and a thunderous shot echoes through the parlor as you squeeze the trigger. The bullet rips a hole in the figure's head like a rush of air billowing through a column of smoke. The mist stitches itself together, and the thing continues to drift your way, reaching out menacingly. Nothing could have prepared you for combat with such an unnatural enemy. Faced with no other option, turn and flee out the staircase nearby, pausing to squeeze off several more shots at the top. The bullets that make their target simply pass harmlessly through the ghostly figure, striking the door behind it. A few stray shots shatter a column of the staircase's wooden balustrade.
Excellent. We're going to skip Jerome's intro because none of us are playing as him. Over to Penny. You sigh as the cool New England air embraces you. It has been a very stressful night. Stressful enough that you decided to sneak away from the clamor to grab a quick smoke before heading back to work. You rest your arms along the metal railing of the balcony, your fingers trembling as they hold your cigarette. The dreary gambrel rooftops and Victorian manors of French Hill span the view below you, the unlit windows hiding countless secrets. You can't remember a night in which your employer was as concerned with every little detail as he is tonight. He's normally so calm, so collected. There's something special about tonight that has him on edge. Is it Mr. Sanford? A shudder crawls through you. For some reason, something about that man gives you the creeps. But Joseph has interacted with Mr. Sanford many times before, so that cannot be the reason. What could it be that has Mr. Meagher so worried? You are torn from your thoughts by the gathering of gray clouds overhead, swiftly blotting out the night sky. As the clouds grow ever closer, you begin to see shapes emerging from the vapor. You squint and lean over the railing for a better view. That is when you notice the true forms of the shapes in the mist. Their screaming faces, their clawing hands, all writhing in torment and coming straight for you. You cry out in terror and back up against the wall as the mist envelops the building. A spectral shape emerges from the haze beyond the railing, dressed in blood-stained rags. It begs for rest in a croaking, gasping voice. Your only hope for escape is to retreat back into the manor and call for help. So yeah, we both of us have some problems. Right. Now, if we were playing this physically, this is where we would gather up the encounter sets and build the encounter deck, but that's already been done for us. And we put the 7 spectral locations into play. The Spectral Watcher enemy is in play at the entry hall. And the remaining cards will be shuffled to build the encounter deck. And as it says here, there is no positive resolution for this scenario. Investigators should strive to last as long as they can and gather as many clues as they can before their inevitable demise. Note that while cards can still be added to the victory display during the scenario, experience and victory points will not be gathered for this scenario. Since these investigators do not have decks, ignore any instruction or effect that would cause them to draw cards or interact with player decks. Additionally, since these investigators do not have discard piles, each player card that would be placed in their discard pile is removed from the game instead. Good luck. You'll need it.
Yeah. And this is only further emphasized when we head over to the play area itself, which this is where set-aside stuff would be, which this scenario doesn't have any. Here's the encounter deck, which will cause problems for us as the scenario progresses. The agenda. This is the literal doom clock of the game usually, but instead, Agenda 1A, Judgment, 20. There is no escaping fate. Hear the call and be reborn. Forced. After doom is placed on any card, which implicitly includes this one, by natural progression of turns, each investigator must take 1 damage or horror, 2 if there is 5 or more doom in play. And when any investigator is defeated, advance the agenda for them specifically. Do not remove any doom.
Gotcha. And then we have the Act deck, which normally is how you progress the scenario to a better conclusion than the Agenda deck. But here, something terrible, Act 1A, The Disappearance. Something terrible has invaded the home of Joseph Meagher. In the moments that follow, you scramble to survive. When an investigator is eliminated, place each of that investigator's clues on this act instead of their location. Objective: discover as many clues as you can before your inevitable demise. Alrighty.
Yeah, we're playing the fucked up backstory flashback. We're dead.
So, looking at
How
the
dead
back,
are we?
looking at the back of each of these cards, Victorian Halls says, the warm rays that once illuminated these halls have faded into beams of cold gray moonlight that shine through floating motes of dust and wisps of dark mist. A haunting stillness lingers through the frigid dead halls. The many paintings that adorn the walls have faded and become unrecognizable, and the metal statuettes flanking the corridors have completely rusted over. Oh dear. And that's where Gabriella is currently running the fuck away, trying to get away from this thing.
Yeah, which is a good time to demonstrate how an enemy card works. So, as its name says, this is the Spectral Watcher, notably has this asterisk, which is the unique tag. There is only one of this.
Oh, I didn't know that's what...
Prey.
I didn't know that's what the asterisk meant. Cool.
Yep.
But yeah.
its numbers are 3, 5, 3, which are respectively its fight value, which is how difficult it is to hit with a fight action. 5 is its health, and this foot value is 3, which is its difficulty to evade.
Yep.
Then there are its tags: Ancient One, Concerning,
Yeah.
Spectral, and Elite, which is used to delineate certain monsters as immune to easy, obvious crowd control and stuff like that.
Basically, if there's an effect that is like, hey, you just get to automatically defeat one monster as a thing here, it'll usually say non-elite monster, so that you can't beat a scenario boss by chucking an insta-kill at it.
Yeah. Then it has the tags Alert, which we already covered in the initial rules, and one of the evergreen rules, Hunter, which means that when we get to the phase where enemies do stuff, it will move towards me.
Mm-hmm.
Generally, the closest person, if it's equidistant, players choose. Then it has an effect, Forced. When the Spectral Watcher is defeated, instead of discarding it, it heals all damage from it, disengages from all investigators, and exhausts it. It does not ready during upkeep.
So the absolute best you can do if you manage to kill this thing, which, by the way, for us is basically impossible, and even if we did, we would get one turn of a reprieve.
Yeah. I actually can fairly easily, assuming we don't get problems, but probably once.
Yeah.
Anyway, there is no escaping fate, and it has 1 damage and 1 horror icon here, which indicates what it does when it gets to hit you.
Yep. So yeah, because you don't, the viewers don't have anything to compare it to be clear, this is a very powerful monster. We are being stalked by a boss enemy.
Yeah, it would normally not be a super threatening enemy by boss standards, but again, it comes back. You can't solve it.
Yeah. Meanwhile, here's another example of an enemy. I'm currently in combat with a Wraith here. This is also a hunter, so it will also follow us. Its stats are 2/2/2, Monster, Geist, Spectral. When Wraith is defeated by damage, except from a spell or relic, instead of discarding it, attach it to its location. Attached location gains Haunted, spawn Wraith at this location. So you also basically can't get rid of it unless you have a spell or relic, and newsflash, I don't think any of the characters that start this scenario have spells or relics. In fact,
we're just kind of normal jobbers. We don't have the magic shit.
Yeah. In fact, I think that, broadly speaking, we have, like, Gavriella's obviously meant to be a, like, proto-guardian. I think Jerome's a seeker, and Valentino's a rogue, and Penny's a survivor, clearly. None of us are a mystic.
Yeah, this is wizard shit. This is outside of our pay grade.
Yeah. Oh, yes. And as for me, as well, a shattered glass door leads onto the balcony outside the estate's master bedroom. Clouds of dark mist loom above French Hill. Spectral shapes surround the balcony, moaning and writhing in torment. Oh dear. Well. Better get started. So, I believe we start with investigator phase, yes?
Yes. Technically Mythos phase, but you ignore the first Mythos phase.
That's what I mean, yeah. Technically it goes...
Be nice to the players.
A turn goes Mythos, Investigator, Enemy, Upkeep. But you start the game on the Investigator phase.
Yeah.
And
yeah, obviously this takes knowledge the viewers won't have, but these investigators are notably below budget compared to the people you normally play, just to emphasize how they're extremely in over their head.
Yeah. Oh, also, 1 second. I'm going to go ahead and disable hands so that we can see each other's cards.
Yeah, no reason not to.
Yeah. Alrighty. Oh, yeah, so we haven't picked lead investigator. You know what? Here you go.
Might as well.
I'm gonna say that
Doesn't
between
matter, especially in this context, but
yeah, but hey, between Penny and Gabriella, I think that Gabriella is like slightly more equipped to do stuff. I mean, she's got combat experience, right? We're safe, right?
smile.
Ah, oh dear. Now, lead investigator, as far as I can tell, doesn't actually force us into any sort of turn order, so we can go in whatever order we want. So let's take a look at the scenario and see what we can do here. So
Yeah.
I'm in
Mostly, your first immediate problem is the Wraith is engaged with you, which means it is in that player's play area, and they are going to stick to you and be a problem.
Yeah. So I'm gonna need to take care of this wraith somehow.
Yeah, specifically to clarify the rules. When an enemy like this is engaged with you, if you take any of the specific actions that do not trigger an attack of opportunity, any action that triggers an attack of opportunity will just get them a free hit, which is bad.
Yeah, because I can only take 3 hits from the wraith, or I can take 2 hits from the wraith, and on the 3rd hit, I'm dead. There's also the fact that I have absolutely garbage book.
Yeah, you're clearly meant to do fucking Survivor gaming to get any.
Yeah. Now, admittedly, there is an interesting note about the balcony, which is that it only has a shroud of 1. And I have the flashlight, which does give a location -2 shroud. In exchange for a supply marker. Now, if I let me take a look. What's our chaos? The token arranger should tell us the current state of the chaos deck, right?
Yep.
Or chaos
Null
bag.
sign, 1+1, 2 zeros, 2 -1s, 2 -2s, a -3, and the skulls, which are at -3, -4, auto fail.
Right. Okay. So to quickly explain how skill checks work, basically, whenever I make a skill check, I'll figure out my starting value. Like, let's say I wanted to fight this wraith here. My basic fight is 3. Then I could use the knife to fight to get +1. Let's assume I just use the top one, so that's 4. And then I would compare that to effectively compare that to the wraith's 2. Technically, you do this in a different actual order, and that's the target number. But I like to do it by like, okay, add up to 4, then subtract 2. So I have effectively 2 over the wraith's fight value, which means that I win as long as I don't draw a -3 or lower, which basically means that, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Yeah, there is an option on the thing now, on the settings related to the token manager, where you can actually just see the probabilities directly.
Oh, where is it?
It's in the settings widget.
Settings widget. Okay. What am I looking for here?
The
Oh,
stuff relating to the token.
Token arranger odds calculation. There are basic, cumulative, and full. What are the differences?
Basic just shows you the individual odds for each modifier. Cumulative shows the added possibility of hitting that number or higher, and I don't know exactly what it is.
I've chosen full. Let's take a look. Okay, I see. So it's basically just both, right?
Yeah.
So what we're looking at here is let me see. So the basic one, okay, that's the colored number. So these numbers are just the possibility of getting these specific tokens. And so, okay, basically, if I were to fight that Wraith, I need to get a -2 or higher. If I've read this correctly, and I have a 61% chance of that, which is a pretty decent chance. It's not the best. If I were to sacrifice my knife to get +2 to the attack, then my odds would jump up to 80%. But I don't know if that's worth.
Crucially, it would get you 2 damage instead of 1, killing it in 1 action and giving you more.
Yeah, effectively more action. So that might actually be worth doing, but I'd be paying for that action later by having to equip another knife if I get into combat again.
Yeah.
That said...
Not to mention, you also have the choice of... You could just use the Act of Desperation.
Oh, good point.
Instead, but also, admittedly, that'd be basically the same, if not worse, when used on the knife, so... It's clearly meant for you to use it to get fight value from the flashlights instead.
Yeah. Actually, no. Here's a question. When I'm done with the flashlight, does it automatically discard itself, or does it just stick around with nothing on it?
Unless it specifically says assets stick around.
Right, so Act of Desperation effectively allows me, once I'm done with my flashlight's tokens, I can throw it at something.
Yep.
Okay. I have a bit more of an ability to... Oh, and able-bodied is pretty strong. In fact, if able-bodied actually becomes even stronger if I throw away my knife. Interesting. And Stray Cat lets me auto-evade stuff.
Yeah, though you'd have to get it into play, and playing it right now would cause it to hit you.
Yeah, so, okay. What I'm gonna do, I think, is I'm gonna start off by throwing my knife. If I'm okay taking the first turn.
Yep, go ahead.
Alright, so I flip my first action here. I'm going to discard the knife.
Yep.
Which actually just...
costs.
It technically removes it from the game. I'm just going to keep it here and just remember that discarded stuff is... We can't get discarded stuff back.
Yeah.
Anywho. So, discard knife as a cost to fight. I get +2 fist for this attack, and it deals +1 damage. So, here we go. And I definitely needed that. Okay.
You will fail unless you play the lucky.
I believe I will do so.
So, lucky is 1 resource per class. Play when you would fail, you get +2, which will likely mean you not fail.
Exactly. So that gets discarded as well. And the Wraith is going to get defeated. But unfortunately...
You normally send it to the encounter discard pile, but because of its text, it just becomes part of the location.
Yeah, and then it'll respawn if I fail a skill test here. Okay. So that was my first move. Now, my second move, I believe, is going to be I'm going to play the cat. Because I definitely want this cat out as quickly as possible.
Yeah. Then maybe start getting a clue or two from here.
Yeah, now, it would be incredibly dangerous to grab a clue here without actually using the flashlight for it, because I only have 1 book, and if I fail this, then the Wraith comes back.
Yeah, and it would both hit you and kill the cat, which is unacceptable, frankly.
Okay. It's unfortunate that I had to use lucky there. I probably should have tossed able-bodied into that first one, but oh well.
Yeah, but at least you have it for later. Such is
Um,
life. But yeah, if you want to spend your third action, you can do that.
yes, I will toss a supply token. Okay, what are my chances here? So,
1 on 0.
oh, does it not
Which
count? Does it not count that
typically-
it's at -1 shroud?
Well, yeah, well, technically, but being negative shroud doesn't do anything, so it's functionally 0. All
Oh,
values
damn.
functionally equal 0. It does mean anything other than the auto fail will pass the test,
Oh,
because final skill value can only ever be 0 at lowest, and players pass skill ties by default.
oh, okay, cool. Yeah, no, that actually helps out very much. Okay, so basically, in this case, I have approximately a 7% chance to fail here. I like those odds. I do not fail.
Hell yeah. So you get 1 clue from the location.
Bingo. All right, and that's my turn. Over to you, Gabriella.
To clarify for everyone else, turns can be taken in any order, but you must commit to the full resolution of that turn. You can't pass actions back and stuff.
Yes, which is why I asked for permission before passing the turn or taking the turn. I mean,
Anyway, let's see. My immediate problems are the fucking Watcher is going to come for me if I stay here, so I have to reconsider that. And in my threat area, I do not have an enemy, but I have a treachery, which is the things in the encounter deck that are not an enemy, generally.
let's take a look at this one. Fate of All Fools, Omen Spectral. It has Peril, which I don't know what that is.
Peril means other players cannot interact with it in any way.
Oh, so I can't help you.
Notably, if you drew a peril card, I could not give you advice about it either.
Oh, so I'm not even
Specifically in the rules.
okay. I'm going to read it out.
Only when it's resolving. You can talk to me about it now.
Okay. Right. So, oh, have you already chosen your option with it? Or no, wait. Okay, it's Revelation, which means it happens.
I already started. So technically, it didn't do anything when it happened. But yeah, right now this means that. And besides, doesn't matter. The other effects can only happen if there's another one in play already.
Duke Codes, heyo, what game is this? This is the Arkham Horror card game. We are playing through the prologue chapter of the Circle Undone, Disappearance at the Twilight Estate. Basically, we are two completely normal people who have just been tossed into an H.P. Lovecraft story, and we're not doing good.
Yeah, we're playing the fucking doomed prologue, where the actual characters will come in later and figure shit out.
Yeah. So what this does is, so revelations happen when it comes into play, right?
Yeah, when you draw.
Yeah. So if there's no other copy of Fate of All Fools in play, you put it into play in your threat area, which is what you've done. If it comes into play, you can't do that first one, and an investigator with another copy of Fate of All Fools has it there, then they take 2 direct damage. Or you can place 1 doom on another copy of Fate of All Fools. Basically, once everyone has Fate of All Fools, or once another person has Fate of All Fools, there start being problems with this card.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Anyway, that's my current situation. Now, I have 1 resource I could set up guard dog, but that's 3 resources, so that's a bit of a problem. I think I'll go to my usual scenario, which is I'll send Gabriella up to the office.
Let's go ahead. The lone door atop the second floor staircase has rotted and decayed as though hundreds of years have passed. The once polished oak is now stained and warped. It could collapse at any moment. A thick, oppressive haze fills what was once an impressive office. Cracks fork up and down the wooden paneling of the walls, and the bookshelves surrounding Joseph's desk sag with the weight of rotten, decayed books. Victory, too!
That won't matter in this scenario.
Yeah,
It will
no.
be funny later. But yeah, anyway, I move up here, and then we should probably get the actual card out. Is it here? One of them is here.
Oop. Hasn't Arkham Horror also recently released a role-playing game? I think I remember seeing that at one point. You're probably thinking
Yeah,
of the
it did.
Call of Cthulhu role-playing game, which actually predates...
No, they have started making a tabletop system specifically for Arkham.
Really? Why? Call of Cthulhu already does
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, I know. It is kind of weird, but the more popular IP, I guess.
Well,
It is doing some different mechanical stuff, at least.
well, I apologize, Duke. I thought that... I didn't think that that existed. So, okay, there are 2. There's the Arkham Horror tabletop role-playing game, which apparently exists, even though I don't understand why. And there's the much older role-playing game Call of Cthulhu, which I think is currently on its like 7th or 8th edition. Jesus. Which the entirety of the Arkham Horror franchise is broadly based on. Arkham Horror was originally a collaboration between Fantasy Flight and Chaosium. And Chaosium were the publishers of the RPG, and I believe the current IP holders of most of the H.P. Lovecraft mythos.
Yeah. Anyway, actually, there is the handy insert over here, if you want to show the stream.
Yes.
Actions. These are the basic actions. Draw a card or gain a resource. Play an event or asset that is not fast, does not take an action. Activate an action ability on a card, like the knife or the flashlight, for instance.
Yep. That's how I was doing that fight thing earlier.
Investigate, which Viking was also resolving with the flashlight. Fight or engage. Engage is just, if it's not already in your threat area, spend an action to put it in your threat area.
You might wonder,
And then evade.
like, I if I told you that like enemies basically automatically enter the threat area of anyone who shares an area with them, you might wonder why engage is there. First off, some enemies don't do that, and you want them to. That's generally called aloof enemies. And second, you can use that to move enemies from one investigator's threat area to another one. So, like, if an enemy is harassing the squishy clue seeker, you can have the tanky guardian grab the enemy instead and fight them.
Yes. Notably, you do not need to be engaged to an enemy to fight them. But this comes with a caveat that if you swing over and an enemy engaged with someone else and failed, you do hit the other person.
Yeah.
So there's a bit of risk reward there.
And Duke, yeah, looking at it, Arkham Horror, the role-playing game, Hungering Abyss starter set. I might have to check this out because it definitely seems very Arkham Horror branded. Like, I'm seeing the Ghoul Priest from Night of the Zealot right on the back of the box, so... Yeah.
Yeah, apparently a significant portion of the initial tutorial module is just Night of the Zealot.
Oh my god, is this RPG just gonna re-release all of the card game versions of every single story? That would be hilarious, honestly.
It remains to be seen.
Yeah. Alrighty. But yeah, so those are the actions. There's also these other symbols that they don't actually define here, but the little lightning bolt symbol basically means that you can activate this during any activation window. Which there's a handy little timing window system right here. So, like, in any of these points doing stuff, you can activate fast things. Or bonus actions? I don't know what this is called, actually.
Yeah. I generally just call it fast.
Yeah. And then the circular arrow is a reaction, which is basically a triggered ability. It's when thing happen, do a thing. Like, for example, Penny's ability, after you succeed at a skill test during a revelation effect, you can only do this thing when it's triggered by the thing that it's checking for.
But yeah,
So.
anyway, I moved up here. I will set up to play stuff later, so I will take 2 resource actions. So I have that ready.
Alrighty, nice. Let's actually take a quick look at some of your cards as well. We got First Aid, which is basically a little bit of extra healing. The Wonderful Guard Dog. No sanity to speak of, but pretty good health. The Evidence card, which defeat an enemy, discover a clue. Dodge, which is a fast card that can cancel an attack.
Which is pretty good on Gabrielle, because that's how I start getting clues.
Hell yeah. Extra ammunition, which, lets her reload her gun. And 2 copies of Delay the Inevitable, which I've never seen this card before. Let's take a look at it. Fast, play only during your turn, attached to an investigator at your location under their control. Reaction, when you are dealt damage and or horror, discard Delay the Inevitable and cancel all damage and or horror just dealt. But it's effectively got an upkeep cost during the Mythos phase of 2 resources. I see. So basically, it lets you potentially soak an attack, but in order to keep it up for a long time, you have to pay a bunch of resources. So it's better to...
A very situational card.
It's better to bring it into play when you know you're about to get hit.
Which, obviously, in this scenario, after a certain point, taking 2 of something is pretty guaranteed, so...
Yeah. Alrighty. So, both of us have taken all of our actions. So now we go on to enemy movement, which I believe means that the Spectral Watcher is going to move up to the Victorian Halls.
Yeah. Wraith does not do anything, because it's attached to the location. It's being spooky.
Yeah, Wraith is not a monster right now. It's a line of text.
Yeah. Anyway, then we go to upkeep, which technically there is a handy-dandy scripted thing, but that will cycle the discard.
Well, I've taken my cards out of the discard.
Yeah. Every upkeep, there's the specific timing sequence for what upkeep does. After a fast window, you reset your actions, ready every card that is exhausted, draw a card and gain a resource, in that order, which does matter for some things. Check hand size, because there is a maximum hand size in this game.
How much is it again?
8 by default.
And we each started with like 8 cards, so...
Yeah. And then upkeep phase ends, rounds ends, we go to the Mythos phase. Round 2.
Mythos phase. Okay. So during the Mythos phase, we place a doom on the current agenda first and foremost.
Oh, yes. Also, one last thing. Round has ended, so this goes away.
I see.
Yeah. Anyway, place Doom on the agenda. Normally, this would be the clock for when we need to finish, but again, we're doomed. So, one Doom is in play, a Doom is placed on the card, so each of us must take 1 damage or 1 horror.
I will go ahead and take 1 damage, I think.
Same here. Alright. Then, check Doom threshold. If this were a real agenda, there'd be a limited amount of Doom before it advances.
Yeah.
But that isn't relevant here. Now, each investigator draws 1 encounter card.
This is in order of lead investigator first, so Soul will take the first one. We can just click on
button here.
Click for encounter. Nether Mist. Oh, that's Oh, hold on.
Notably, it only does anything if I trigger Haunted. So that'll remain to be seen if that's a problem.
Right. Okay. Yeah, that one's aloof, which means that even though it was supposed to be put directly into Gavriella's encounter zone, it actually decides not to.
Yeah, technically all enemies spawn to the location first and then automatically engage you because you're there and the person who drew it. But aloof means by default it doesn't do that.
Also, an enemy that has aloof and hunter is extremely funny.
Yeah, it is. Unless you need to go out of your way and kill it, it is there purely to provide the haunted text to its location.
Yeah, now admittedly, its haunted text is that it attacks you, so the bit is that it follows you around and hits you whenever you fail at something. Or fail at investigating.
Yeah. It also has Victory 1, which that is part of how you gain experience. At the end of a scenario, things that are in the victory display count towards your experience, along with any other experience the scenario provides natively. So, by default, it is kind of nothing unless you're reliably failing investigates. But there's an active reward incentive to try and get it anyway.
Or there would be if we were actually able to.
A problem.
Yeah, which would be the case if we were able to gain experience. Although there is a very minor upside, even so. It's not going to matter here, but if we were to kill this thing, it would go to the victory display instead of the encounter discard, which means that it would never be reshuffled back into the encounter deck. I remember in the Forgotten Age, there were things that had Victory 0, and that was like the gimmick there, that if you killed them, they wouldn't come back, because they technically went to the victory display, even though they were worth no points.
Yep.
Which is a pretty cool tech. And yeah, if you're wondering, the victory on the Office works very similarly, but while you get victory from monsters by killing them, you get victory from locations by finding all of the clues.
Yep.
Alrighty. So...
Anyway, I drew that. Now you draw yours.
Fate of All Fools. Okay, so I get to put this into my play area, and that's it.
Nope.
No?
If there are no other copies of Fate of All Fools in play,
Oh!
I have one, so you must choose one of the 2 other options.
Okay. Let me take a look then. You're not allowed to advise me on this. So I can make you take 2 damage, or I can put a doom on it, which makes both of us take 1. So basically, either way, we're getting 2 damage. We just have to choose how it's spread. I think putting a doom is the right play here, because that way no one person takes too much damage all at once. So that's what I'm going to do.
Yeah, that does resolve a thing on here, because a doom token is placed on it, on this My Fate of All Fools rather, so we both take 1 damage or 1 horror. I will take damage again.
I will take the damage, yeah.
Actually, thinking about it, taking the direct damage is worse in the short term, but I personally would have think it's better in the long term, because notably, placing a doom accelerates the rate in which we start taking 2 damage or horror on the agenda.
Oh, damn, you're right. I should have thought of that. Well, you couldn't advise me, so you couldn't warn me about that.
I think there was still a good argument for just taking damage in the short term, especially since I do have healing. And if we're lucky enough, I do heal from my eldest.
Actually, you know what? Okay. There's a way around the effect of Fate of All Fools, the whole peril thing. If we can discuss it outside, then why don't we discuss in advance what we do the next time this comes up, if at all?
Technically? No reason we can't. Yeah.
Yeah, so whichever one of us gets it, I think that at this point we start taking the 2 direct damage.
Yeah, which is rough, again, in the short term, depending on what happens, but
yeah,
we are getting to the point where it might just be equal. Yeah.
Gotcha. All right, so next time we just take the damage.
I think so, yeah.
All
But
right.
yes, that Mythos phase is resolved. We are back to investigator turns.
Gotcha. Okay. What do you plan on doing this turn?
Again, I'm just mainly going to situate here, since this is the hardest location to get clues from. There's no way in hell you're getting these clues.
Yeah, no.
And plus, if I bait the watch up here, that gives you a free path to go to the master bedroom.
Yeah, the one thing is that, we can't really bait the Watcher until the end of the turn. So...
Yeah, so you finish up here, then move to the master bedroom. Then,
yeah.
once enemy phase resolves, we're both equidistant, so we can choose it to come to me.
Gotcha, cool. Alrighty, so I'm going to toss my other supply token. You okay if I take that first turn?
Yeah, sure. Go.
Alright, cool. Toss the supply token. Investigate. Once again, I've got like a 7% chance of failure. We're good. I did not fail, so I don't get haunted. And I get the other clue. We've now cleared out the balcony. Then I will go ahead and move over to the master bedroom. The unmarked door. This unmarked door is old and partially rotted, set in a quiet corner of the upstairs hallway. A thick, dark fog seeps beneath the door and wafts around your feet. Tendrils of black mist have invaded every corner of this room from the open balcony doorway, causing the furniture to decay and collapse. Every piece of wood and glass is shattered and warped. Nothing is untouched. Alrighty. Now, unfortunately, not only have I run out my flashlight, this has a 3 shroud, which means that, unlike before, if I were to put my, to use a flashlight on this area,
there would still be a 60% chance you fail and cause problems.
Yeah, and that would mean I lose clues, so I might end up skipping the master bedroom and trying to get over to the trophy room once you lure the Spectral Watcher.
I'm pretty sure these two have equal lower shroud. So yeah, I think that's the plan. Just like take a resource so you can
that's the
play
plan.
The flashlight later, maybe.
There we go.
There we go. Alright, then mine. I still want to stay here so I can be ready to bait the Watcher, so I think I will play out my friend the guard dog.
Lovely.
3 health, 1 sanity. Ally creature. Reaction. When an enemy attack deals damage to guard dog, it deals 1 damage back.
Yay.
Notably, this templating is wrong. That's not how the damage interaction works.
Oh? What's it supposed to do?
Take, deal, and assign are all mechanically distinct, separate steps, and that is not how you describe this interaction.
Right, because enemies don't...
deals damage to you.
Yeah, every attack...
Generally.
It kind of works like in Magic. Enemy attacks target you for damage, and you can use your guys as blockers. So it would be when damage from an enemy
You
attack
generally
is
take
assigned
damage.
to the guard dog?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how it would work.
Yeah, there are a few things that specifically deal damage to things other than yourself, but those are contained within the effects.
Yeah. Now, on the other hand, I will say that while it would be good for everything to have correct templating, and I understand why it's a problem,
This was
I
a full
very-
set card. They were still figuring this shit out.
I also very heavily doubt that anyone has ever, like, not understood what this card is supposed to do.
Yeah, admittedly, it does cause some problems later, because, notably, you've played the first scenario of the Forgotten Age. You've seen the small snakes, right?
Yeah, I've seen the small snakes.
If those things attack you, it doesn't matter if your ally takes it. Rules as intended, you still get poisoned.
That doesn't make much sense.
I know, right?
That's weird.
That's in fact how it works as stated, because it is dealing you the damage.
Huh. Funky. And that's not a mistake.
As far as we can tell, no.
For the viewers, what we're discussing here is that in the very snake-themed Forgotten Age campaign, a snake can bite your dog, and then you get poisoned from that.
Yeah, the fact that your ally is getting damaged in a lot of cases also means, for game purposes, you are damaged, is both detrimental to you in a lot of ways, but also is the core of multiple combo interactions. Good for the player, so, like, it's a wash.
Yeah. Alrighty. So you've played the guard dog.
Yep. Alright, then. I have a resource left over, so I think I will gain one resource. And I think I will just gain another resource to play stuff better later.
Alrighty.
Alright, then we go to enemy phase.
Okay.
The Wraith continues to do nothing. The Nether Mist hunts, but I'm the closest person, so it just stays there. The Spectral Watcher moves in. I'm here. I'm a valid target. It engages me. It resolves its attack.
Good luck.
And I think I will just take the attack.
Interesting. Here's a question I actually never thought about. Can you split damage? Like in this case, could you put one damage on the dog and then the horror on Gabriella?
Yep.
Okay, cool.
Yep, so one damage will go on the dog, which will reflect one ping back to it. And one horror will go on Gabriella.
Nice.
Which I took an attack. So I trigger my reaction and get one clue from that location.
Ah, I see how this works. Clever.
Alright, that is enemy phase resolved. We go to upkeep. Then that's back to Mythos.
Doom on the agenda. And
3 in play. We take 1 damage or horror. I'll take damage again.
I'll take 1 horror, I think, at this point. Oh.
Alright, then we draw encounter cards. Me first again.
Yep.
Terror in the Night. This would be the thing you would want to ideally draw.
Damn, yeah.
Revelation. Test for willpower. If you fail, put Terror in the Night into play next to the agenda deck. If you fail by 3 or more, Terror in the Night gains Surge.
Which means we draw another encounter
Draw
card.
another as well.
Yeah.
If there are 3 copies next in play next to the agenda deck, they discard and deal us 3 horror each.
Ouch. Alright. Gabriella doesn't have bad head, but... Wow, that feels weird to say.
To failing, period. But it's the question of, do I want to make sure I don't fail by 3 or more? In that case, I think
You're only...
I will just take it.
All right. Wow, we are really batting 1,000. Gabriella doesn't have bad head. I'll just take it raw.
Didn't even mean that one this time. But yes, anyway, that is -2. My final skill value is 1, which means I do in fact fail by 3 or more.
Oof.
So this goes to the encounter, to the agenda deck, and I draw another.
Shadowhound.
Shadowhound. 2, 3, 1. Monster Spectral. Prey. Lowest foot. Which, Prey is a little incidental thing that is a tiebreaker for determining how and who it hunts. Hunter
Yeah, so...
and Retaliate, which means if I fuck up hitting it, it will hit back.
Basically, if the Shadowhound were to spawn in an area and both of us were there, then it would end up engaging with whoever had the lowest foot, which in this case would be Gabriella.
Actually, yeah. Notably, if you draw a creature with prey, the prey does not matter for that. It still goes with whoever draws it if it isn't aloof or whatever.
Ah, I see.
Prey is kind of a nothing rule in a lot of cases.
Gotcha. It's got Hunter and it's got Retaliate, which is new. Basically, if you fail... Retaliate is kind of like Haunted. If you fail while attacking it, it will attack you automatically.
Yeah, and we do not want that to happen despite Gabrielle wanting to attack because, notably, if it attacks, it resolves every haunted effect at its location.
Which means you would discard a card from your hand, the Nether Mist would also attack you, and this guy probably has a haunted effect. No, he doesn't. Thank God.
Yeah, so, obviously, a bit of a problem. Anyway, Penny's draw.
Right. Terror in the Night. Okay.
Hell yeah. Notably, you do have Dig Deep, so you could spend resources to actually be decent at this check.
Yeah, let's see here. It's 4 and 4, so I want a 0 or higher to succeed, which I have a 30% chance of. But for each resource I spend, I effectively get another 15 to... Yeah, so 30%, then 46% for one resource, 60% for another resource, 80% for the third resource.
Yeah, I'm also thinking of it in terms of what that looks like for your future turn, because obviously that burns resources that you could be, say, setting up the flashlight for later.
Yeah, but since I don't plan
Admittedly,
on
you
doing a
still
lot
do
of
two
stuff...
actions.
Yeah, like, since I
think
don't...
it's worth spending at least, like, 1 or 2.
Yeah, I'm thinking 2 resources is probably fairly good. That gives me a 60% chance.
Yep. That puts you at starting skill value of 6. 2 up. Go ahead.
-1. We are good.
You pass. And because of
Alrighty.
your trigger,
Yes, so
you get the clue.
after I succeeded at a skill test during a revelation effect, that was a revelation. Discover 1 clue at my location. And this is crazy because normally I would have no chance of getting these clues because that shroud value is just too high, but this is kind of how survivors work.
Yeah.
They're very powerful in specific scenarios.
Yeah. But yeah, that's resolved. It just goes to discard.
Yeah.
There's also the scripted button there.
Oh, yes.
Anyway, that's Mythos phase resolved. Back to Investigator.
Righto.
I think you have the most simple turn, so we'll go ahead and resolve that. I assume you're moving to the trophy room?
2. Yep. Flanking this door are 2 rotting deer heads mounted on the wall. They stare at you with hollow, dead eyes.
Hell yeah.
Rotting animal heads adorn this room's wood-paneled walls, once a display of power and sovereignty, now macabre displays of death and decay. You cannot help but feel their empty eyes drill through you as you explore the room. Right. So this is a good spot for a flashlight because, again, this takes it down to 0. So that'll be nice.
Yeah. Admittedly, you can't play it now because of the resources you spent, but good time to just take the resource action now and be ready for next round.
Exactly. And that's what I'm doing.
It's my turn. Alright, obviously, some problems here. I'm going to take out the Shadow Hound. Alright, my first action is going to be to shoot the gun. I spend the ammo for a fight with +1 fist, and it deals 2 damage if it succeeds. I am 3 up against the Shadow Hound. I think that is good enough. Narrowly pass.
Just
That
barely.
is 2 damage. Then, because it will be damage inefficient to use the gunshot on only 1 health, I'm just going to raw punch the fucking ghost.
You want to use physical training
Don't
here to get a
ask.
little bit
Don't-
extra?
Yep, that's what I was thinking. I will use 1 resource on physical training.
You got it?
Yep, that puts me 3 up again.
Again, narrow
That
pass.
is also 3 up. Which, incidentally, we can just do that. Copy it to the playmat and then just lock it.
Oh, neat.
But yeah, that's a -3, which is again a tie pass. I kill the Shadow Hound, and I trigger evidence! Exclamation point. To get the clue.
This is a fast card, so it doesn't take up an action. Mein Scheißhund Niespert is in the French Hill mansion again.
Anyway, I shoot the gun at the Watcher. That will be 5 on his 3.
Alright, so you're up by 2.
I will go up to 3 with physical training, and that whiffs. Unfortunate.
Damn.
Thankfully, it does not have retaliate, so whiffing the gunshot does not do anything by itself.
Yeah, and the, there's no haunted
Yeah,
things.
haunted only resolves only on that. Yeah,
Yeah.
a little unfortunate, but still mostly manageable. And then I think I end there because I have no more actions, obviously. We go to enemy phase. Wraith continues to not exist. Neither Mist does nothing. Spectral Watcher attacks me. And I think I will take it just to get the extra damage on it,
Right.
which triggers Gavriella's ability.
I think we're doing pretty decent on clues.
Yeah, we're already hitting a decent rate at this point.
3 and 3 for each of us.
Yep. Alright, and that's all enemies. We resolve upkeep,
Alright.
which would redraw the evidence. But obviously it's out of play.
And
Alright, then it's Mythos phase again. Which,
Doom on agenda.
before Doom and Blade, the last single damage or harm.
Yeah, I'll take a damage.
Alright, then my Mythos draw. Crypt Chill. I'm good to just fail this one because, no, wait, I have extra ammunition, so theoretically, losing the gun would be bad. The question is, how much will that matter? Will I actually have the time to play extra ammunition?
Discarding physical training would probably be a bad idea considering how useful that is.
Yeah, that is... Yeah, I'm resolved to just failing this, so... Narrow failure. So, I have to discard an asset in play. I'm probably not going to discard the guard dog, so it's between the automatic or the physical training.
That's a tough one.
I think, realistically, it's going to have to be the physical training.
Ouch. That's been real useful for you.
Yeah. Alright, Dean, yours.
Okay. Terror in the Night again.
The third one.
Okay. Well.
You do want to play Flashlight, so probably only one.
Yeah, I'll dump one resource into this because it doesn't matter nearly as much. I won't get haunted for this, so it's really just like, yeah. All right, let's see. -2. Okay.
Fail, but not by 3 or more. So that just realistically does nothing. We are not going to last long enough to cycle.
Yeah. I'm actually just gonna put these in a stack because it gives us a nice little number.
Yeah, makes sense.
Alright.
Alright.
Basically means I just don't get a clue.
Yeah. So yeah, I assume your turn's pretty simple. Play out the flashlight, use it twice.
Yep, that's the one.
Yep. There you go.
Play flashlight, use flashlight. I now have a 7% chance of failure. I don't fail. Yeah. And a play so nice, I did it twice.
Yep. There you go. Hell yeah.
Honestly, I did not realize how that, how the Zero Shroud interaction actually worked. That's way more powerful than I thought.
Yeah, it hadn't really been much of a thing before all the synergy with it in Scarlet Keys because its resources just to be able to reliably pass tests, the thing Seekers do basically for free already. But once it got actual payoffs, some shit started cooking.
Yeah. See, the way I had always thought it worked, and the way I may have actually screwed myself on previous campaigns, because the way I thought it worked, right, is that, like, let's say I was back in the balcony, right, and I used the flashlight, I thought the shroud went to -1, which effectively meant that, you know...
It would still be, like, up 2 or 3.
Yeah, I thought that, like, let's say that, you know, I have the one book, and shroud is at -1, but then I roll a -3, that I would still fail. I didn't realize...
Yeah, they decided not to fuck with negative numbers for the sake of tests, so...
Yeah. So the way it works, which is much nicer, honestly, I'm kind of surprised that they're being that nice, that if the test's challenge is at 0, which it can't go below 0, but also your stats can't go below 0, and if a 0 stat meets a 0 challenge, that's a win.
Yeah, by default. There are some things that fuck with ties, but apart from that, it's pretty free.
Yeah.
Notably, it does still matter because you do the token pool, and especially if you do decide to play on the harder difficulties, there's a lot more tokens that just do bad shit regardless of whether you pass or fail.
Yeah. I gotcha.
Alright, that's your turn. Now it goes back to me.
Yep. Thank you for keeping us...
Just going to...
Thank you for keeping us safe, Gabriela.
Punch him.
Alrighty.
1 up. Nope. Wouldn't succeed even if I did commit stuff. 1 up. Ouch. Again, wouldn't have succeeded if I did go ahead with commits. Yeah, I think I'll commit 1 copy of Delay the Inevitable, which anything with icons you can commit as a impromptu skill. So I'm adding this fist icon to my test, so I am 2 up.
Now, hold on a second. Would it not be a better idea to actually play that card, and then when you take the damage, it cancels the damage, and then you get a clue?
It would be, but also, I want to run out Guard Dog. If I succeed 1 punch, it'll be at 4. It'll try to hit. Guard Dog can soak both because damage placing is simultaneous. I take nothing. Guard Dog kills Watcher, well, temporarily on the way out.
That's a good point, yeah. Alright. Bingo!
Hell yeah. When I didn't need it. That's how it goes.
Yeah, it happens.
Anyway, that one punch is successful, which means we go to enemy phase. The only real enemy that does anything is Nethermist, which just wiggles there. Spectral Watcher punches me, that 1 damage and 1 horror, which I can place both on the guard dog simultaneously, so I don't take the horror. And it deals 1 damage back on the way out. Good boy.
Good boy. Kuja will be remembered for his bravery.
And that gets the last clue.
He just, like, I know it's coming back, but he just bit potentially an Elder God to death. He is going to Dog Valhalla.
Yes. Love that dog. Anyway, yep, that's our turns. Enemy phase is resolved. We go to upkeep.
Alrighty.
Alright. There's now 5 Doom in play. The real shit happens now. We take 2 of 1.
Yeah. I will take 2 horror.
2 damage. 2 horror will literally kill me.
Yeah. And now we go to these,
Oh no.
Oh. Oh, that's not great.
Yep. I was expecting us to draw this eventually. I was hoping it was going to be you, for obvious reasons.
Yeah.
Alright, anyway, then it's yours.
Okay. Oh god, it's mein Scheißhund Niesbert again.
The bit
Oh,
is
God.
here. Anyway. Yeah, so... Yeah, I think I just go just to fucking, get it over with. I do have to start, when I turn start, I do have to do the thing. Which means
Yeah.
I have to both eat the hit from Nethermist
And discard.
a card from hand. Which, some really rough choices for that right now.
My suggestion would probably be extra ammunition.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. It's really rough to lose my way of actually meaningfully dealing with enemies, but I am just going to die soon. So...
Yeah.
I'll play the dodge to cancel the enemy attack.
Yeah. Which unfortunately doesn't get you any
Anyway.
rewards, but so it goes.
Yeah. I play out the first aid. I move down here. I use the first aid so I don't literally unavoidably die next turn. Heal 1 damage.
Alrighty. As for me, I'm going at this point to toss the cat.
Or, admittedly,
Oh.
I could just set up the delay the inevitable, which would do the same thing, more action efficiently. So I just gain the resource instead.
In that case, I'll put this back on first aid. Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Instead of playing it, you mean? Gotcha.
Yeah. Yeah, it's technically attached to me. It's just here somewhere. Anyway, then my turn. I test this. I am even unless I want to commit my first aid, which I'm very dubious on the value of. So I'm just going to take this raw, and committing wouldn't have helped anyway.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, well. Okay.
Yeah.
For me,
Then, unfortunately, you have to deal with this.
I am
Which
going to toss the cat.
makes sense.
The stray cat goes, and the stray cat that I befriended earlier in the day sacrifices itself, leading away the Scheißhund.
Yep.
And that's a fast action, so that didn't even take an action.
Yep.
Again, glad I got the cat out early. I move to the billiards room. From outside this room, you can hear the creaking of old wood and the patter of soft footsteps along the ground. Alrighty. Ooh. It's not great. Okay. That's one there. Don't have anything I can commit for more book.
Yeah, so it's
So I
a little
kinda-
saucy, but admittedly, you do just have a free thing you could toss to the Haunted effect.
Good point, yeah. I'm going to use the flashlight. And that's definitely a fail.
And- Yep, you either take a damage or discard an asset in play.
Well,
Which, admittedly, depending on the numbers that happen, and depending on what else happens, taking a damage might not do anything because you're taking increments of 2 anyway. So there is a case for just taking the damage, since keeping both in play gives you active desperation fodder.
yeah, but I still think I should toss the flashlight.
Fair, yeah.
It doesn't super matter because, like, let's be real. Now that I'm out of flashlights, I think it is statistically impossible for me to get these clues. Aside from
Yep,
using
literally.
the only way I can do it is through my revelation ability, and
Yeah,
it's
so you
not
might as well
like
gain the resource so you can be ready for Dig Deep.
yeah, it's not like active desperation would help with that.
Yeah,
In fact, none of my hand helps with that.
yeah. Anyway. Yep.
So
Investigation phase, enemy phase, everything relevant is evaded, so upkeep. The Spectre Watcher is hunting again. Oh wait,
Nether Mist did follow you, yeah.
yeah. Which is a bit of a problem, because it will hit me because of Realm of Torment. But I was pretty dead soon anyway, so I don't think it matters.
But hey, you have Delay the Inevitable, right?
Yeah, which will be eating the agenda advance, which will kill me otherwise.
Oh, I see.
This
Yeah.
thankfully will not.
Yeah. All right. So basically, we can potentially get like one more clue, and it's dependent on what card I draw, and if I manage to beat a skill check during Mythos phase.
Yeah. Anyway. 5 Doom on agenda, 6 in play. We take 2 damage or horror. Delay
Right.
the inevitable eats mine.
I take the 2 damage. The next hit, no matter what, the next Doom phase is going to kill me.
Yep. Oof.
All right. You know what to
Really,
do.
the only alternative is someone dying, so yep, I have to take one for the team. Yeah, either I die or you die as well, so yeah, this is literally just correct for me to die. Yep, the clues go on the act. We technically resolve this. I advance. In the missing person section of the campaign log, next to a character's profile, make a record of that character's fate as follows. If you were defeated by the Spectral Watcher, they were taken by the Watcher. If you were defeated by a monster enemy's attack, the character's name was claimed by Spectres. Notably, if there was 7 or more Doom in play when this agenda advanced, and you were defeated by the Forced effect, they disappear into the mist instead. And then there's a catch-all pulled into the Spectral Realm for any other outcomes.
So disappeared into the mist is the one. Wait, no, it's
7 more
6.
Doom in play. There is 6.
So it's
So technically, I could kill us both if we wanted to make sure we were disappeared into the mist instead. Relative to the value of potentially getting us another clue.
is it's super important what, like, is pulled into the spectral realm, like, in your opinion, better or worse?
Well, obviously, I can't really.
Yeah, no,
say
you can't.
without
You
going
can't. You
into
can't say. Never mind.
spoilers.
Just do whatever it is that you think is best for us in the long term, and I'll trust you.
Well, technically, I've already committed the decision, and
Fair enough. Yeah. So pulled into the spectral
so-
realm.
yeah.
Alrighty. Also, there's every chance that I'll end up being killed by a monster.
Anyway.
Or wait, no, never mind. The Scheissund only does 1 damage.
Yeah. So you could survive it. Anyway, go ahead and draw your card.
Okay. Crypt Chill. Okay. Here goes. I don't have any reason not to dump absolutely everything I have into this. 3 resources, putting my head at 7, and testing
Plus,
against
if
4.
I did kill both of us, you wouldn't potentially get this clue. So there's a case for either anyway.
Yeah, okay. So if I'm getting this correctly, even if with this setup, I lose if I draw -4 or the auto fail. Is that right?
Yep, you start at 4, which is equal to the difficulty, and you spent 3, so you're at starting the 7.
So I have an 85-ish percent chance of getting this clue.
Yep. Lamau, Bowl,
There we go.
etc.
No, that wasn't the clue. I did not want to pick up the entire billiard room. You know, I wonder if you could make a campaign or a scenario where the underlying horror is all the investigators realizing that they're actually made of paper and they're on a table being moved around by giants.
Lamau, that would be very funny. But yes, you're the only one with a turn. So, yeah, you're going to die next round. So,
Yeah.
You could fucking try to kill the Shadow Hound on your way out, because you could move in double Act of Desperation.
That's my...
I'm not sure if that doesn't have any real value, but nothing you're going to do will, so...
Nothing matters. I'm going to go out fighting the Scheissund that killed the cat.
Fuck yes. Anyway.
Alright, here we go.
Playing Active Desperation will be an action. As an additional cost to play Active Desperation, choose and discard an item asset that takes up at least 1 hand slot from your hand or play area, which, spare flashlight.
Active Desperation. And this gives me this will give me effectively a +2 to my fight.
And 2 damage. Yep.
And
you're at 3 up.
Able-bodied for another 2 fist.
Yep.
Alrighty. So I swing this flashlight at the Scheissund's head. And I have a total of, let's see, my base fist is 3, +2 from Active Desperation, +2 from Able-bodied.
+3.
Oh, plus...
Actually.
+3
It's
from
got the
Able-bodied.
base fist.
Oh,
then it adds
I
the
see.
2 fist. Yeah.
Okay, so I have a 7% chance of losing this.
Yep. Hell yeah.
Why am I getting so many
One
+1s?
for 2.
Anyway, yeah, 2 damage on him. This all gets discarded.
Yep. Then you might as well do the same thing. Technically, the reward for doing it from play area is that you get the cost of the asset back, but that won't really matter.
Yeah.
So you can essentially do the same thing with the remaining cards in your hand.
Yeah. Throw the knife with Able-bodied. And...
Sadly, isn't relevant.
yeah, sadly not relevant, but I would be able to take an additional action during my next turn.
It's the moral victory.
Yeah. And the Scheissund is defeated. And at that point, we
The
go.
Watcher kills you.
Or yeah, we go to enemy phase.
No,
Oh wait,
sorry, that's mine. So it would
Yeah.
just go here. This would go here and not really do anything.
not really do anything. Go
Mythos
to
phase.
go to upkeep. Go to Mythos. I instantly die.
Yeah, 2 damage or horror. Doesn't matter in this case.
I'll go with horror.
For actual player characters, if you are defeated with damage or horror, that influence what trauma you get going forward. Which is, if dying doesn't instantly kill you or lose the campaign.
But also, there's now 7 Doom in play, so I actually get disappeared into the mist.
Into the mist. Yep.
Alrighty, so Gabriela Misra was pulled into the spectral realm, Penny White disappeared into the mist, and no one knows what happened to Jerome or Valentino.
Yep.
So, now
Anyway.
that... oh, yeah, and I put my,
Clues.
all my clues up on here.
Which technically isn't specified on them, but dying does immediately trigger a resolution.
Yeah.
Normally it'd be on the last agenda card if you failed, or the last act card if you were succeeding.
Gotcha. What is... Actually, when does this come into play?
Just now. You looked at it.
Oh. Oh, I see. It's if you're curious enough to look.
Yep. You are now being haunted.
Okay, fair enough. That's funny. Shadows twist in the ether's coil. The gate has led us all astray. Despair loads the beating heart. Dead or living, we cannot say. Black is thrown in the void of space. She who signed knows the way. It smells your soul. It knows your fate. Its gleaming eyes hold us in sway. Record in your campaign log that you are being hunted. So, this is a great example of the kind of fuckery that has been happening in these campaigns since the Path to Carcosa. In this case, there's nothing in the actual game that triggers you to flip over the act card. But if you do it anyway out of curiosity, like I did, it punishes you for it.
Yes, to a degree which remains unseen for now. But it doesn't seem quite great.
Yeah, hold on a second. Campaign notes. You are being hunted. Alright, so let's see here. And once everyone's down, no resolution was reached because each investigator was defeated. Mr. Sanford, thank you so much for coming. I know you were a busy man. Your presence at tonight's meeting is very much appreciated. Joseph shakes Carl Sanford's hand firmly as he speaks. Sanford merely nods. I know you've only just arrived, but I have some private matters to discuss with you, if that is all right. Joseph continues, his narrow eyes shifting back and forth between the men flanking Mr. Sanford. Very well. The elderly man nods to his 2 enforcers, who step aside to give him privacy. He cradles his hands behind his back, his stature impressive for his age. His discerning eyes fall on Joseph. What is the matter? Joseph leans closer. It's here, sir. It's in this very house. There is a quiet pause between the 2 men, and then Carl Sanford smiles. Okay, no experiences earned. Record X pieces of evidence were left behind. X is the total number of clues on Act 1A, the disappearance. So you are being hunted, but also... Ten clues were left behind.
return the unique player cards, and then after this, going forwards for the rest of the campaign, you choose real characters.
Yeah. Which I don't know if it's been 2 hours. Are you good to do the first scenario with real characters?
Potentially. At the very least, we can show like the deck building process and show that.
Yeah. All right. So I have actually a deck that I generally run. Let me put all this stuff.
Yeah, there is a dedicated cleanup helper thing, which actually starts by default here.
Oh. Cleanup helper, reset play areas then?
Yep, go ahead.
Oh. Freaky.
Yep.
Alrighty.
Yeah, just put them on the trashes.
Yeah. You know what? Hold on. I'll just go ahead and
Yeah.
We don't really need to do anything with these, right? We can just delete them.
Yeah.
All right. And then let's pick our actual investigators. So, I already know who I'm playing, you know who I'm playing, but let's introduce her to the stream because she is the fucking best. My fucking girl, Stella Clark. So, Stella is a survivor investigator. And her gimmick, her deck building options are just the survivor cards. She doesn't dual class at all. She is a pure survivor. And her stats are 3-2, 3-4. She's got 8-8 in terms of health and sanity. After you fail a skill test, you may take an additional action during your turn this round. Limit of once per round. And on her Elder Sign, she gets a +1, but can instead choose to automatically fail the skill test to heal 1 damage and 1 horror. I love her.
Especially since
Before Stella began
Yep.
Before Stella began working for the Postal Service in Arkham, she knew 2 things with certainty. First, her parents made a mistake when they called her their son and gave her a boy's name. Second, the house on the cliff in Kingsport whispered her true name, the name she chose for her stealth. Late at night. Stella. Delivering the mail 6 days a week in all kinds of weather wasn't an easy job, but Stella loved knowing that she was helping people connect with one another. Then she started finding the letters. At the end of her route, there was always 1 extra envelope in her bag. It was always addressed to her. It was always postmarked from Kingsport. And it always contained a letter with 1 typed word. Stella. Transwoman Gaming!
Yes. Just fucking out here, canonical POC trans woman.
Hell yes. And then they went and gave her as her unique card Neither Rain Nor Snow, which is an absurdly good card. It is a triple wild skill, which basically means +3 to any stat for a check. And also, if the skill test fails, even with the +3, you cancel all the effects of the failed test. So even if you fail, nothing bad happens. And not content with just giving her, like, at least I think, the best skill in the game, they gave her 3 of them.
Yeah, and notably, and this is a trait shared with all the investigators released in the starter decks, which she's from, they are a survivor card, unlike the technically quasi-neutral other superstars are, which means they can be recurred with in-class effects.
Yeah. It's so good. And her curse, Called by the Mists, honestly, really isn't that bad.
It adds up over time, especially if you're doing the usual quick learner type setups, but it's a double action tax at some point for someone. It's not too bad.
Yeah. So I've got my deck basically saved, although I might fuck around with it a little bit. Let me see. Saved objects. Where did I put it?
But yeah, I generally cannot overstate how fucking absurd neither rain nor snow is in practice because, so just to bring out another card for context. Well, that spawns too many cards, but find the ones I am looking for.
I love that you typed in Ward and got Finn Edwards.
Yeah, and also Hank Sampson because he has the Warden trading on his shit.
Oh.
Yeah, but yeah, anyway, here are two Mystic cards. Water Protections 0 and 2. Water Protection 0 lets you take a horror in exchange for immediately cancelling the card's revelation. And level 2 lets you do that for anyone at your location. This is widely considered some of the most auto-take picks in Mystic because it just lets you delete one of the scariest cards in the deck. Stella just functionally gets that for any test card 3 times by default.
Yeah. 3 of them, and she can recur them. They really gave the trans woman the best fucking toy in the entire game. And they are so valid for that.
Yeah, granted, Pure Survive as a card pool has to do very specific shit to do good things proactively, but this and her solid defensive stats means reactive stuff is pretty handled, mostly.
Yeah. The problem is not Stella Clark being protected from bad things happening. The problem is, can Stella Clark do anything? Her stats for doing stuff, the middle 2 stats, are not all that impressive. In fact, she has below average book. And her entire gimmick is built around failing.
Which Survivor is built to have payoffs for. And going forward, will very specifically have that as one of its core identities, because in the new set rotation-y design, she's one of the evergreen products, so she's going to be the Survivor benchmark going forward.
Yep. Alright. Now, I'm going to have to edit this deck a little bit, but let me show you guys what my deck actually is. While Soul figures out what she wants to play.
Yeah.
And I also need to make sure everything's up to code. Because I normally don't play with taboos, but I may have to make some edits.
Yeah, that is a consideration, because that does especially change Stella's early game deck, especially because Zero Experience Shadowlight and Drawing Thin.
Yeah.
I'm willing to play without Taboo this one time, just to fuck around.
If you're okay with it, then
Plus,
yeah.
Yeah, plus, as I've mentioned elsewhere, the state of what the taboo is going to exist as is a very real question in the world where they've decided their environment they're designing around is set rotations anyway. And it seems like the cards they're designing need erratas much less, so I could see it just becoming the legacy rules. If you want.
Yeah. Let's see here. And, like, also, like, we know exactly why Shadowlight was errataed, and it's not for Stella crimes.
Yeah. It's mainly for other people. Though Stella definitely gets good use out of it.
Yeah. Stella has an unfortunate history of getting hit really hard by nerfs that are meant for other characters.
Yeah, that's just the nature of this game being based on class-wide card pools.
Yeah. Anyway, here's the deck. So obviously there's neither rain nor snow and called by the mists, as well as a random basic weakness. The version of this deck I saved used reckless, but I'm going to swap that out for let me see here. Random basic weakness, unspeakable oath curiosity is what we got for this one. Campaign mode only, peril hidden. Revelation, secretly add this card to your hand. Forced, when the game ends or you're eliminated, if this card is in your hand, you earn 2 fewer experience. And to get rid of it, you have to investigate a location with no clues on it successfully. Alright, that's nasty.
Yeah, any of the things that tapped experience are a problem for obvious reasons.
Yeah. Kind of reminds me of Zoe's weakness, the one where she's given like a hit list and has to kill a specific monster each time it comes up, or else she takes trauma.
Yeah.
It's less a weakness in that it gets in the way of your plays, and more a weakness in that it gives you something you need to waste time on.
Yeah. Incidentally, if you're going to bring a kind of Flexi Stella, I may bring the woman in this card. The other starter deck investigator.
Hell yeah.
Alright, anyway.
The woman whose job is to fail at everything, and the woman whose job is to succeed at everything.
Winifred Habermas.
Let's take a look. Right, stats are 1335, 87. Fast. If 2 different non-weakness cards you control are committed to this skill test, draw 1 card. And on Elder Sign, +1 after this test ends. For every 2 points you succeeded by, return a card you committed to this test to your hand. Literally, anything you can do, I can do better, the character.
Yes, especially since that is her signature card.
Yep, anything you can do better. She, as a starter pack character, she gets only rogue cards and neutral cards, similarly to Stella. Winifred, Weethau, as her parents knew her, Winnie to her friends, was one of the smartest kids in her reservation school. However, her reckless attitude and lack of respect for authority meant she often got herself into trouble. The course of her life changed forever when she found an old biplane in a farmer's garage and decided to take it out for a spin. The owner, a former pilot in the Great War, was awestruck by her natural talent and offered to teach her what he knew. Now, Winnie is known as the Woman Without Fear, showing off her skills in barnstormers all across the country. That nickname would be tested when, during one of her shows, she spotted a creature she could scarcely describe, a thing with leathery wings and a single mutated pus-filled eye. Oh, oh god, what was the name of that Lovecraft story? Hold on. I need to look this up. It's gonna bug me if I don't. God, which one was it? Why is it not showing it to me? It's the one where there's the creature with the eye attacking that one dude in the tower. Is it the Haunter of the Dark? That's the one. Yeah, the Haunter of the Dark she saw, I'm guessing. Anyway.
Yeah, but yeah, anyway. Wendy's signature cards, anything you can do better, 6 wilds. only to one of her tests, but 6 fucking wilds.
Yeah, it's kind of insane.
On standard, this is you pass,
Yeah, it's...
unless you auto-fail.
There's always the auto-fail token, so you always have a small chance of failure, but yeah, generally speaking, there's very few things in the game that can hit you with a -6.
Like a curse cascade or whatever. Anyway, and her weakness is also a skill. Arrogance. Skill weakness. Negative wild. Weakness. Flaw. You must commit arrogance to each eligible skill test you perform, and because of the wording, it does not count for her thing. It needs to be a non-weakness skills. Anyway, commit this, and it subtracts from your skill value instead. And it only goes away if you fail a test. It's only arrogance if you fail.
Exactly.
You win.
So yeah, you can kind of see how she's meant to work. Also, I only caught it with the reservation thing. I did not realize when looking at her that she was Native American. That's cool.
Yep. And I just realized that technically, there's nothing stopping you from just committing this to someone else's test, as written.
Okay, that's really funny. Oh, actually, wait. I mean, if someone else is doing something that has really high chances,
Or they're going to fail something they're bad at because of a forced mythos test. Which is the other way you can, when you drop this, if you get a willpower test and you don't have the options you can get to deal with willpower tests, you can just take that as an excuse to dump this.
Wait, but if it succeeds, it returns to your or you fail. Oh, I see.
If you fail, it does go away.
I see. Okay, cool. So yeah, if someone else is just has a big problem, Winifred can make it slightly worse with her arrogance, but that's fine.
Yes, which is very funny. Anyway, I can demonstrate how to build a deck live.
Alrighty, let's take a look.
Anyway, probably want to hand me table privileges so I can delete access cards.
There you go. You are promoted.
Might as well clear these. Okay. Anyway, so winning. She has low willpower, very mid normal proactive stats, but 5 agility / foot. That's pretty good. And her card pool is neutral cards and rogue cards. Luckily, partially because of winning existing, there's a whole archetype in rogue dedicated to just doing stuff with your agility stat. And as Auras has discussed with me, and Winnie is a contender for her favorite character, because of how Winnie's gimmick fundamentally works, she's very much pushed into a monostat kind of build because she wants to be able to commit cards to skill tests constantly to cycle her deck, and she can only do that if she can actually commit cards to the test. Before all the support for doing stuff entirely with your foot was there, you ran into the issue where, like, you had a gun which used fist, you had lockpicks, which despite adding your foot is still a book test, etc. And you ended up in multiple situations where you had the wrong things at the time, depending on your draw. But if you simply make everything you ever do a foot test, suddenly you can configure your entire deck around just doing that, and the engine works perfectly.
So she does absolutely everything with her feet.
Yes, is the funniest way to put that. But yes, anyway. Anyway, one of the big Scarlet Keys ads is Thieves Kit, which is a way to investigate with your foot stat. If you succeed, gain 1 resource, which is a pretty good basis for that. So, a 2 of there. And then, in the Feast of Hemlock Vale, the current second most recent set, they added see, where is it? British Bulldog, which is the same thing, but for fighting and gives you extra damage, which is the minimum for a decent fight action. So, hell yeah.
And for the record, we're doing this in the program, but there are sites like ArkhamDB or Arkham.build that you can import decks from. There's an entire deck importer right here. This is just for demonstration purposes. In an actual game that we would be playing personally, we would probably use one of those other things because they're slightly more convenient than having to copy and paste cards.
Yeah.
So we've got...
Yeah, anyway, this is the fundamental way we're going to start the build where we leverage our foot to do everything. If we have the thing that lets us use foot to do the proactive things. Both things, since Stella's going to be a flexi deck, we're going to be a flexi deck too. And it's really easy for Wendy to do that, both because of the monostat thing, and she can draw many cards, so she's going to hit both types of options fairly easily.
So basically, we're trying to build around each character's individual strengths. You identify what the character does well, and figure out what cards to use to work around that. You know that you want to be using a lot of skill cards, so to get your free draw. And in order to use a lot of skill cards, you want to be mostly using the same skill for everything. And so we grab these cards, which are going to be probably like essentially the core of your deck, right? That these cards are the things that allow you to use your foot for everything.
Yep, essentially.
So now that you've got your deck's core, what are you looking for in a balanced and good level 0 Arkham Horror deck?
Yeah. So, from then, I have the things that let me, just on the basic level, I can do the thing. What lets me actually support and set up the thing decently? Well, I need economy and draw. And, in Legacy, Rogue has some of the best economy in the game, so that will not be a problem.
Yeah, rogues
so
are...
You certainly have to...
Yep. Rogues are the money lads and lasses.
Yeah. Yeah. The obvious thing to look at for Rogue first, doing stuff, is... Faustian Bargain.
Ooh. Interesting, okay. You've got an event that... when you play it, it adds 2 curse tokens to the Chaos Bag. Remind me what curses do?
So, curses were added in the... Curses and blesses were added in the Innsmouth box. They add unique symbol tokens to the bag, and when you draw a curse or bless token during a test, they add plus or minus 2 to that test, and you draw another.
Ooh. So Faustian Bargain...
Thankfully, it's only one time. Anytime a curse or bless resolves by default, they get removed from the bag.
Yeah, alright, so it puts some problems in the Chaos Bag, which can affect everyone, but you get 5 resources out of it in exchange for...
insane. And 5 resources that can be split at your location. So in some situations, you can play this as a team support card too.
Yeah. Which makes sense, because it's also a team hindrance card.
Yeah. This became a staple pretty quickly once people realized, at least individually, 2 curse tokens is on average fucking nothing.
Yeah.
They can be drawn for any test, including tests where it regularly does not matter. Now, obviously, they can potentially add up, and the odds get a little worse there, but on average, just running Faustian Bargain is pretty free. Now, admittedly, the things Winnie specifically is doing do care about over-succeeding as well to an extent, because that's a rogue archetype. So if we think we can support the economy through other means, we might want to do that as well. And there are other good economy options in...
Yeah.
One new one that was added in recent set, Grift.
Choose an enemy or location and test foot 0. For each point you succeeded by, gain a resource. Oh, so it's economy and it plays into the over succeeding gimmick.
Yep.
That's pretty
Obviously,
strong.
You have to rely on a test not fucking you, but if it goes well, it's pretty good.
Yeah. Out of curiosity,
And then there's-
sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
Anyway, and the other option, which is one that came with her deck, I'm pretty sure, Sneak By, the event. 0 cost event, trick, you evade, and you gain 2 resources in the process. Nice and simple.
Being told not to do something was generally Winifred's cue to proceed as planned. I love her. But what I was gonna ask is, I'm looking around at all these economy cards, and I noticed 21 or bust. Now, I'm a big fan of blackjack. How good is this card?
It's economy but random, so not very, but it is very funny. Especially
Damn.
if you have anyone in your team to manipulate tokens. If you have a Jacqueline Fine on your team, you very much want to at least consider this, because she can use her ability to help you fucking cheat at gambling.
Hell yes. Which
But,
is something she's
you
been
know,
able to
This
do
is a
since the
fun card
Dunwich.
rather than the good card.
Yeah, it's something she's been able to do since the Dunwich Legacy. I remember I actually went through Dunwich Legacy with Jacqueline as my secondary character, and she did in fact cheat at gambling.
Yes, it's very funny interaction.
Yeah. Also of note, I recently played a fairly simple war game last night, actually, called Wonderland's War, and ironically, that game also used a blackjack system for its conflict resolution, which I thought was really cool. So I've been on thinking a lot about blackjack recently.
Oh yeah, that sounds like a very fun concept.
It ends up adding a really cool like push your luck sort of idea. Like, you know, if you're way ahead of your opponent, you can like be like, oh yeah, I have like 1,000,000 strength here, and just I'm gonna stop drawing tiles because I don't want to go bust. But then there's a chance that your opponent will actually end up getting more strength than you, while you can do nothing about it if they get lucky enough.
Hell yeah. But yeah, and then there's a skill that is the eternal consideration in money. Watch this, which is a willpower, fist, and/or foot skill. Commit only to a skill test you are performing. As an additional cost, spend up to 3 resources. If you over-succeed to any degree, you gain double back.
Yeah, you're noticing, by the way, that a lot of these cards that do this over-succeed gimmick have this idea of, like, the character being confident or, like, pulling off stupid tricks, or otherwise just being, like, an arrogant, like, sort of arrogant con man type of character.
Yeah.
And
It's not exclusive to rogues, but it is generally the rogue associated archetype.
And the fact that that's entirely Winifred's gimmick fits with her character beautifully. Like, you can absolutely imagine Winifred playing a card called Watch This. This game has really solid characterization through mechanics.
Yes.
Like, let me take a look. There's a card here called Daredevil that has Winifred on it, and let's take a look. Let me take a look at this and see, like, it looks like it's actually been nerfed or buffed or something. Is this a nerf or a buff?
For basically everyone who is playing it fair, this is a nerf. For Wendy Adams, this is a nerf to one of her many fucking infinites.
Yeah, so the original skill, after you commit Daredevil to a skill test, discard cards from the top of your deck until you discard a rogue skill you can commit to this test. Commit it, shuffle each weakness that was discarded by this effect back into your deck. So yeah, this is very much something Winifred wants to do.
Yeah.
And even in the nerfed version, you you do get to have to draw each weakness discarded by this effect, instead of shuffling it back into the deck, which was the nerf, but it still basically does the same thing.
Yeah. And Rogue has the honor of, for a long time, the only card that is hard forbidden if you play with the taboo list.
Double or nothing. This one, if I remember correctly, it was forbidden because they couldn't nerf it without making it useless, and if they didn't nerf it, it would end up breaking the game.
Yeah. There's many ways something like this could get out of hand extremely fast.
Yeah. It's double difficulty of skill test, but resolve its effects twice if successful. And yeah, it got banned. And it was, for a long time, the only card that got banned. We recently got a second banned card, and it was the Necronomicon, so...
Which, all things considered, really feels like that should have happened earlier. It feels right, you know?
Yeah. Anywho. So what's your plan for building this version of Winifred?
Alright, anyway, so there are a lot of obvious cards in this archetype that I know, both here and otherwise. Well, there is one asset I'm definitely taking that has been a rogue staple since it dropped in her deck. Lucky Cigarette Case.
Yeah, Lucky Cigarette Case. Succeeded a skill test by 2 or more, exhausted to draw a card. So it's basically just a second version of Winifred's own ability.
Yeah, if you over-succeed, but if you're being witty about it, that's not hard to do. And it does have a fairly strong experience upgrade.
Let's see.
A 3 experience version, which turns it into a deck tutor by how much you succeed by.
Oh, that's neat. I like that.
Similar to the Lucky Rabbit's Foot upgrade.
Yeah. So that one, so the Lucky Cigarette Case was actually released with Winifred?
Yeah, I think so. The upgrade was, maybe. Actually, I'll double check. I can look up and see. Yeah, I'm just pulling up one of the deck builder sites that generally has that information. Lucky Cigarette Case. Well, no, technically it was introduced with the Forgotten Age.
Ah.
The original level 0 version. It was repackaged in her deck, and she came with the level 3 version.
Gotcha. So she's the one that gave it its cool upgrade.
Yeah. But yeah, hard to go wrong with more draw on a character that's already guaranteed to get draw for doing the thing that calls this draw, and she's naturally hungry for cards as a result, so... This is a staple in many rogues, but this is borderline an auto-taken hit. And then I start considering an ally. You should always at least kind of consider an ally, unless you're doing a thing that specifically wants you to not take an ally, which is very rare because ally is probably overall the best card type in the game, barring things that are literally mandatory to do your job.
They tend to have a lot of good effects, and they inherently provide soak.
Which was actually kind of awkward for a pure foot character for a while, because there was no level 0 character that boosted foot. The closest for a long time was fucking... Where is he? Cat Burglar, who I'm not sure is here. Weird. But yeah, Cat Burglar, who... Yeah, Cat Burglar, who is 1 experience for the stat boost. Admittedly, his action effect is kind of good, and he has decent soak, but... An experience to have your fucking basic stat boost ally, kind of rough.
Yeah. Now,
But,
admittedly, Rogue, in terms of allies, does get Leo DeLuca, who I believe is pretty good.
Yeah, He's something you have to accommodate your deck around having, but getting an action every turn is extremely funny, so he's generally worth the expenditure.
Yeah. As you will see,
However,
for the record, with Stella, getting an extra action is...
Yeah, but since this spread includes the cards that are coming with the new core set spoilers, there is now a very good ally. Olivier Bishop. 4 cost, ally criminal socialite, foot boost at level 0, gives her a free move every turn.
Yeah, that seems really solid.
Yeah, if you have no objection, I'm just gonna get him.
Yeah, go ahead. We're already playing without taboos.
True.
This is... I'm not gonna get, like, annoyed at you playing a card that technically doesn't exist in the real world yet.
Yeah, fair.
I was actually looking around for that one. I wasn't able to find that old compass under the survivor cards.
Has it not been uploaded yet? You might have to add it. You might have to add the preview cards, like so. You have to actually.
There they are. I see.
Index. Yeah, there.
Yeah, this is another new card that got introduced for Survivor, and it makes Clue Finder Survivor a bit more interesting because
for traditional book using Survivor, like the choice was you kind of just use Grease to get the fail by tech working or Shroud, but which this also does, but this does it in a very convenient double package.
Yeah. Now,
or the Dark Horse archetype, which is the first big, real, cohesive game plan archetype in Arkham to an extent, which is, just for the benefit of showing everyone, this is the experience version they added later. Dark Horse. During the upkeep phase, you may choose not to gain a resource. While you have no resources, you gain +1 to every stat. And then it became an archetype because Survivor has a clue and fighting asset that rewards you for being at 0 resource.
The way I always like to describe survivors as a class is that they are most at home on the back foot. They tend to get bonuses when they are in a bad position for whatever reason. Yeah, like Mariner's Compass is, if you successfully investigate with no resources in your resource pool, you get extra clues. And it also allows you to spend those resources to get plus book, which means effectively that let's say you have like 3 resources and you're running Dark Horse, you can spend 3 resources to get +3 book, and then get another +1 book from Dark Horse for +4 total. And then when you succeed, you get 2 clues out of it.
Yeah. Also, notably, the experience version that came in Hemlock Vale is funny with Stella, if you go that route with her, because you can set up a check that's designed to fail, it will ready, and if you're using, like, a live and learn or something, you can go through with the success, pay the resources to get a successful investigate with no resource, and it will still be ready again.
Oh, that is
Admittedly, you
incredible.
then have to figure out how to pass with no resource investment, but after that, the world's your oyster.
That is incredible. But yeah, Stella tends...
Compass is the kind of card that's only allowed because Survivor was designed around not being good at shit normal.
Yeah.
If the Seeker had this, and a few can get access to it, it's pretty fucking hot. It's recursively getting an extra clue, which is very funny.
Yeah. As for the old compass, this appears to be designed for the exact kind of playstyle that Stella is a master of, which is fail to succeed.
Yeah, this is extremely a Stella card, which they again, like I said, they are specifically having designed more about, because she's going to be one of the evergreen survivors. She's going to define the card pool to some extent for the new products.
Hopefully, that means that she's going to get less screwed over by everyone else's nerfs in the future.
Yeah, which, again, admittedly, they may or may not have nerfs anymore, depending on how they decide to do them. But yes, anyway, back to Winnie. Anyway, these are all pretty solid assortment of the assets. There are two more I'd like to add to the deck, and that is pickpocketing, which is down here.
There we go.
2 cost, talent, illicit. After you evade an enemy, exhaust pickpocketing to draw a card. Now, one might consider, why am I caring about evading when I already can just kill the enemy with the gun, with foot anyway? Well, there is one pretty potent rogue build-around card that pretty much changed the class completely when it dropped.
Dirty fighting, right?
Yep.
This card fucks super hard. I'm not afraid to say it. I love this design.
Yep. 2 experience, 3 cost to play. Talent, trick, illicit. Limit 1 per investigator. When attacking, parlaying, or attempting to evade an exhausted enemy, you get +2 skill value. You might be wondering why you need to evade an exhausted enemy. It relates to the Scarlet Keys rogue. Don't worry about it. Anyway, reaction. After you evade an enemy, exhaust dirty fighting. Take a fight action against that enemy, ignoring aloof, which is a funny bit of rules snarl, because technically, if an aloof enemy is exhausted, it's still aloof.
Yeah, which I broadly mentioned aloof before, but the reason that this is here is because you can only aloof enemies are they do not automatically engage with you. But there's also a detail that you must be engaged with them in order to attack them normally. But because that would effectively make... Sorry.
When notably, if an enemy is exhausted and not engaged with people, they are otherwise a valid attack target for everyone.
Yeah, you don't actually have to be engaged with an enemy in order to attack them. Normally what engage does is just... It doesn't necessarily mean only you are attacking this enemy. It's that this enemy is attacking you. It's focused on you, it moves with you, it directs its attacks at you. So if you were to attack an enemy that's not engaged with you, that's kind of like, hitting someone on the back of the head while they're looking away from you. And that's kind of the trick that dirty fighting is simulating here, is that it gives you bonuses to that kind of behavior. But because, by rules as written, aloof would get in the way of that and would make it unattackable with dirty fighting.
Yeah, they did this, which realistically they could have just changed aloof, making aloof enemies exhausted but still unattackable. I'm not sure who it really benefits in terms of the design, but anyway, that's a separate rant.
Yeah. Either way, dirty fighting is a good design.
Yeah, it's a really fun design. It gave Rogue a completely unique combat identity without just making them Guardian.
Yeah. Because
it makes evade, the thing Rogue kind of specializes in, actually good.
Yeah, as it turns out, adding this card to the game, as well as a bunch of stuff that happened in the Forgotten Age when this was introduced.
Scarlet Keys, rather.
Oh, wait, this was Scarlet Keys?
Yeah.
Oh, wow, okay.
Yeah, Rogue just had a lot of evade shit before this.
Yeah, okay, so it wasn't introduced in Forgotten Age, but it was the Forgotten Age that I know added a bunch of evade stuff. Quietly, because of the existence of cards like this, it's arguable whether or not evade is actually a better style of fighting and dealing with enemies than actually fighting them.
Yeah, in
terms of swarms, you can't really make it efficient, but for dealing with a boss, evade fighters can just fucking style along them with no reaction.
Yeah. Especially because cards being exhausted, which happens after evade, shuts down abilities like retaliate.
Yeah, it's very funny. Also, the main draw pickpocketing is honestly mainly its upgraded version, which is both fast and adds potential for resource gain as well, both if you over succeed.
Nice. So I'm gonna assume you probably plan on taking dirty fighting on Winnie, right?
Yeah, if you have a high foot character, it's at least a consideration.
Yeah.
Partially because it involves more tests to do the same thing, which is usually a bad thing on average, but you're Winnie.
Yeah. Anywho, so we've got Thieves'
Anyway.
Kit, the Bulldog, the Cigarette Case, Olivier Bishop, and Pickpocketing. Are you going to take any more assets, or is this it?
I think this would be it, and I'm honestly reconsidering having the 0 pickpockets.
You just want to go straight to level 2?
Yeah, later. Partially because of another thing, which I potentially am going for.
Now, the level 0 Pickpocket does help you out with resources, and resources are the thing that you most need to generate,
just card
right?
draw. Level 0 pickpocketing is just card draw.
Oh, it is?
Which
Oh, yeah, good point. Never mind. Yeah, no, you've got plenty of card draw. What you need is resources.
Yeah. Anyway, this is the other big thing Scarlet Key's added, which is
the Underworld
engine for rogues at a cost.
Yep. Rogues get to have an extra deck from Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yep, there are a few mechanics in this vein, but this is the most fun.
Yeah, they have to be specifically illicit cards, because if they weren't illicit...
Fighting is.
Yeah. So you get plus 10 deck size, but also you do get to put those to the side of your deck instead of shuffling them in. Generally, like in most card games, having a smaller deck is actually better because it means you get to your key cards faster.
Yeah. This actually is net neutral card size, but it puts the cards you specifically want as illicit in a separate deck you can get to easier.
Yeah.
The other option that is real now after Hemlock Vale, and I think is the one I might go for in this deck instead, is Bewitching.
It grabs
otherwise
tricks.
Known as Trick to the Plan by veteran players, because it's similar to a Guardian equivalent. Stick to the Plan.
I see.
But yeah, this chooses 3 different trick cards from your deck, adds them to this. At the cost of an exhaust, whenever you engage an enemy, you can draw 1 attached card, or search your top 9 for a copy.
Neat.
So it's a bit conditional, but it is tutoring.
Yeah, it gives you access to fewer cards overall than Underworld Market, because Underworld Market gives you a deck of 10, whereas this really only gives you 3 differently named cards. But it's still pretty solid, even at 3.
Yeah, since it's not increasing your deck size, it's reducing it, because the cards are now here instead. It doesn't reduce your deck size on the next cycle, which is relevant for Winnie because of how many fucking cards she can draw. But
Yeah.
anyway, yeah, I think I'm fine to just keep this asset package for now.
Yeah. As a note, you
So
generally
let's go to
don't
events.
you generally don't want too many assets, because playing assets is very action inefficient.
Yeah, because you have to play the asset, which means you're taking an action to initially do nothing. So you're hoping the value from the asset gets you the value back later, and considering how many card draws this gets you, this is definitely valuable. Olivier just directly gives you actions in addition to all the other stuff, and this is footnistic shit.
Yeah. Stella's assets over here in my deck, basically, in terms of assets, obviously there's a flashlight, but those are actually designed to get swapped out with something else later. there's the Derringer, Granny Orn, the old Keyring, the Rabbit's Foot, and the mysterious Raven.
Oh, and track shoes.
Oh, and track shoes, yes. So I have a higher than normal asset package, but honestly, that's because I can get away with it. If I were to drop anything in this asset package, aside from the flashlights that get swapped out for drawing thin,
Raven for
yeah,
thin, yeah.
I usually swap out the flashlights for drawing thin, but honestly, I might consider swapping out the ravens for drawing thin and the flashlights for the old compass.
Yeah. Anyway, for the people who don't know what we're talking about, here is drawing thin.
Yeah, drawing thin is another one of those cards that was really good for Stella before it got nerfed due to other people's crimes.
Yeah, and honestly, mostly Stella's because what didn't sell was kind of objectively insane. So, drawing thin, 0 cost, talent asset, slot limit. When you initiate a skill test, exhaust drawing thin, increase the difficulty of the test by 2, gain 2 resources or draw a card. So, at the small cost of needing to fail in action, you just solve economy forever and have an excellent card draw.
Yeah. And yeah, in Stella, who likes to fail, that's kind of silly.
Yeah,
so,
especially with a card like track shoes.
Yeah, which gives you basically a thing that you can fail for basically no downside. Basically, with track shoes, whenever you move, you get to make a test of 3 foot to move again. And if you fail, nothing happens, but you can use those failures to tap drawing thin and get tons of resources. Now,
yeah, or card draw if you don't need the resources, which is pretty great too.
I know the rules say that you either play with the entire taboo list or none at all, but honestly, just for the sake of fun and fairness, I am going to be treating drawing thin as its chained version, just because I think it actually really should be worth +3 experience.
Yeah, it is pretty worth that, even if it does add a lot of experience taxes to Stella, who wants a lot of experience card. Speaking of, here's the main one that came with her deck, Quick Learner.
Ooh.
I don't think we've actually covered what a permanent. So just to screw with the MTG players' brains more, permanent does not mean what it does in MTG. In here, permanent is essentially emblem. A permanent asset starts in play and is always there.
Yep. So, for example, Black Market and Bewitching are both permanent as well. They're also exceptional. What does exceptional mean?
You can only have one in your deck, and they cost double listed experience. So it's a way for them to add cards that cost more than 5 experience.
Yeah, so
still respecting specific level deck building ranges.
Underworld Market can be added by people who can add Rogue 2 cards, but it actually costs 4 experience. And Bewitching...
Yeah, notably, it costs 6 if you're playing Taboo, because they added an extra +2 experience cost.
It was too good.
Yeah, mainly specifically because the fucking Seeker in Drowned City was Rogue 2. And also, it would have been a pretty solid auto-take for the Rogue in that set too. But anyway.
I was about to say, of course Seeker crimes get things banned, but that's fair. It's also very good for rogues.
Anyway, the trick with Quick Learn is, during or before your first action on each of your turns, each skill test you perform is more difficult. But during or after your third action of each of your turns, each skill test you perform is -1 difficulty. Now, for most people, this just means first action +1 difficulty, second action no change, third action -1 difficulty, which isn't especially high value because it's 4 experience, which is a lot. But again, remember what Stella's gimmick is.
Failure. Fail to succeed. Okay.
And if you can constantly be in position where you can just fail your first action, this does nothing, and you have 2 actions where you're getting the bonus.
Yeah, and okay, so important question. What is the current state of this card? Because I understand that that's been a point of contention on what does this
literally.
card actually do.
Yeah, so a big point of question was, does the first half, before your first action, does that include the Mythos phase? Because there is one other Seeker card that also works like this, albeit it's a skill. Just drag it down here for comparison. Plan of action, skill, wild, practiced. If this skill test is just during or first action of this turn, it gains willpower and foot. If it's between the first and third action, it's cantrip. And if it's during or after the third action, it gains fist and book. So obviously, whether or not before first action is Mythos phase is very relevant to how a card like this works.
Yeah. So what is the current ruling on this?
Currently, they've ruled that it is not during the Mythos phase. So Stella is not arbitrarily screwed if she ever takes this card, because taking +2 difficulty on a fucking Rotting Remains is horrifying.
Yeah, okay. That's good. So they finally did take their head out of their ass.
Yeah, before they did rule that this was Mythos phase, despite that being very debatably not even in the spirit of the card. But honestly, if this is going to be the only other card that works this way, I think it's fine to just err on the side of not being mean to the survivor.
Yeah. Right now. So yeah, these are some ideas for me. Basically, my overall upgrade plan in general. I get my drawing thins. I get quick learner probably. And my upgrade priority is effectively that I upgrade the keyring. And look what I found, and possibly shed a light, because that creates a fun little core loop of being able to do stuff. I might also grab the old compass this time as an alternative to the key ring, but who knows? And then any other experience I get,
or rather, depending on how much your experience you're playing for, replacement for the flashlight, because you can upgrade the keyring. Admittedly, you can upgrade the flashlight too, but
upgraded flashlight isn't particularly exciting. Yeah.
Yeah.
And like, if I have any extra experience that I don't really need, I can funnel that into stuff like the Derringer to give myself a little bit of extra fighting capability, or into any number of things like Lucky or Live and Learn.
Yeah. But yes, anyway, I think that's the core asset package for winning is sorted. Now I tend to go into the events. And just to see if it will work, I think I'll go without Forstenberg in this deck and choose Grift instead.
Alrighty.
I think 2 of those, and Spy seems fairly obvious because, and I just did realize this, they're tricks, which is relevant if I'm going to take Bewitching.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's economy, and just on, I'll skip to skills just while I'm here, and I'll probably want to get Watch This, especially since there was an upgraded Watch This in Drowned City.
Ooh, let's see.
Turns them into wilds.
Oh wow, okay. That is very strong.
Yep. And then, I have economy, card draw is kind of inherently sorted as long as I have a good selection of skills. I think I'm going to have the very good and funny events that are pretty vital for general foot matter stuff, which are, where are they? Let's see. I don't think they're actually in this collection. Let me just find the manual. Pilfer.
That was right over here.
Oh, yeah, there. But yeah, Pilfer, which is 4-cost event, which is huge. But in exchange, investigate. Use foot instead of book. If you succeed, discover 2 additional clues.
Nice. Okay. So that's good
And
for
extra funny,
that's good for
the
cluing as
upgraded
Winnie.
version. If you succeed by 2 or more, return Pilfer to your hand at the end of your turn.
Wow. Okay.
And then there's Backstab, which is the same thing but for combat.
Nice.
Yeah,
I believe it actually is.
Yeah.
It's in alphabetical order, but it's a little bit weird because they consider the first letter to actually be a quotation mark.
Yeah.
So all of the ones that are quotation mark cards are
Yeah.
at the start. Then you have a number before all the letters. So 21 or bust is next. And then you go alphabetical for the rest of it.
Yeah. Anyway, then, the funny thing, sleight of hand. One cost, fast, only during your turn. Put an item asset in play from your hand. At the end of the turn, if it's still in play, return it to your hand. We love good old show and tell.
Yep. And the trick with this one is that, like, basically, you might be wondering what's the point of that. Well, first off, you don't have to actually pay the cost for the item. And second, check out, like, the Bulldog here, right? It uses 3 ammo, and you spend 1 ammo to attack with it. And once it's out of ammo, you kind of just have to discard it. Because it can't do anything after that. Aside from the fact this one having the cool thing to put it back in your hand. But basically, you can sleight of hand, since it's fast, it doesn't take an action, fire 3 times with the British Bulldog, and then put it right back in your hand, and the next time you play it, it'll have 3 more ammo on it.
Yeah. Admittedly, the thing I am considering is that these are all pretty good economy cards, but they do require you to be taking a test or have an enemy. How much does that matter?
Sorry, taking
if I'm going to be fucking running these cards.
Taking a test while what?
In order for these to give me economy, there has to be an enemy in play I can do stuff with. Or
I see.
Maybe a Mythos test in case of watch list.
I don't have a lot of great ways to deal with enemies, so it's not like I'm going to be picking all of them off. I basically have my Derringer and Oops trick, and that's about it.
Yeah,
so
I'm just thinking about the possibility of what happens if we just don't get enemies for the first 3 rounds, and I just have to play these raw.
That's a good point.
Yeah, I think I might just add the generic staple emergency cache to my deck, just to...
Emergency cast is very solid.
Yeah.
And at this point...
Though, actually, there is another funny option. I'll take that. 0 cost. Fast. Play when you successfully evade a humanoid or successfully investigate. Play an item asset from your hand, reducing this cost by X, which is how much you've succeeded by. Also attaches to that asset, and you get a list.
Right. Okay, so at this point, you've got like 11 cards, so you have 4 more slots left, so you probably want to get like 4 different skills, right?
Yeah, and notably, if you check the icons of all the events, they all have at least 1 foot icon.
Ah, yes.
Yeah. Anyway, if I'm allowed to have untabooed quick thinking, I'm having untabooed quick thinking.
Sure thing. I suppose we may in fact see why it's tabooed, but
Yeah, depends on how well this deck winds up.
yeah. Opportunist. So quick thinking, if the skill test is successful by 2 or more, after it resolves, you may immediately take an action as if it were your turn. So you get an extra action, basically.
Yeah, the nerf taboo is it can only happen once per round. Because if
Yeah.
there's any way to repeatedly loop this stuff, it gets out of hand. And Opportunist is essentially a skill literally printed directly for Winnie to potentially use her ability card neutral.
Hell yeah. All right.
And then
2 more pairs of cards.
Agility, and then the agility one.
It's called taboo. It's called taboo because it causes you taboogie.
Lamau.
I love you, Base.
Anyway, this is manual decks. The core set had a cycle of neutral cantrip skills for each stat. This is the agility one.
Yep.
We obviously love agility help that gives us card draw.
And you've got one last card to fill it with.
Yeah. Which I think will be Nimble.
One foot for each point the skill test succeeds by. After it resolves, you may immediately move to a connecting location to a maximum of 3 times. Neat.
Now, admittedly, with Olivia in the deck, the value of this skill is a bit less than it would be normally. So I think the one that has priority for that over that is, especially if I'm going dirty fighting, it's the Hatchet Man.
If this skill test is successful during an evasion attempt, the next time the evaded enemy takes damage this turn, deal it 1 additional damage. Oh!
It's conditional vicious blow.
Oh, combining that with dirty fighting is absurd.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, you can kind of see here that, like, you can basically divide deck building into 3 basic premises. The first is your asset core. This is the stuff you want to equip. Then you have your economy, which is how you're going to pay for all this in terms of both card draw and resources. And then once you've done both of those things, your third step is, okay, let's put in the fun stuff, which can be stuff that synergizes my character, can be whatever strategy you want to use. In this case, it's stuff that helps out Winnie with her over-succeeding and committing tons of cards to every check gimmicks.
Yeah.
So yeah, looking at it, I won't pretend to understand this process nearly as much as you do. You've had way more experience than me, but this seems like a pretty solid deck.
Yeah. Admittedly, yeah, thinking about it, I was just looking back at the inspiration I got for this kind of concept, which is a pretty gameplay theory-minded channel I follow, rather incoherent, who gave me the inspiration for Full Foot Matters Winnie. And yeah, as funny as Pilfer and Backstab is, the economy demands on the deck this otherwise lightweight is pretty high. So I noticed he just generally sticks with the fucking sleight of hand and economy packages, which I think for the purpose of demonstrating the kind of deck I want to have fun with, yeah, I think I will just do that and take these out. I think ideally I'm just gonna sleight of hand and play the assets later. That won't do that.
So that gives us 3 more cards.
Spy is, yep, and then I think it will just be Forcian Bargain and 0 deck, or maybe just E-Cash. But Forcian Bargain is an icon, but admittedly, it's not a great icon. It could be an icon for you.
What about some? I'm just looking at stuff like for rogues, and if you're doing a dirty fighting build, what about stuff like sneak attack?
True, but ideally, I'm going to be able to just deal 2 damage to enemies anyway, because I
That's
have
fair.
my gun. Yeah. Admittedly, it is guaranteed damage.
Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, the main thing that is actually what we would need to do is I could embrace evil and power and take in the thick of it.
Oh, actually, here's an idea.
Oh yeah, I absolutely probably get this as well.
Yeah, because then
I
you
need
can
Mythos Resilience. That's the missing piece of the puzzle.
specifically, if you're playing alongside Stella, Winnie has very, very bad head. I'm sorry. Stella actually has great head.
It's objectively very funny to say that, so yes.
It's actually not great. It's good head at best. Great would be 4, but still. Point
Anyway,
is, Stella's way more able to handle nasty Mythos cards than Winnie is. Because Mythos cards tend to be the things that hit head. So, you handle this one, aside from giving an extra foot, which we do want, allows Winnie to hand off nasty Mythos cards to me at fast speed, which, if I end up succeeding, can deal with the Mythos card, and if I end up failing, can give me an extra action for free.
Stella. Yeah.
So yeah, I found that if Stella is helping with a rogue, you handle this one is basically an auto include for the rogue.
Yeah. Anyway, if we're just embracing madness and going non-taboo anyway, I'm gonna embrace one of the crimes of Legacy, which is in the thick of it.
Oh boy.
So, for everyone, in the thick of it, it's a neutral permanent, 1 per deck. Notably, permanents are not intrinsically limited to 1 per deck, which I think is a little confusing and should just be native to permanent design, but such as it. You have this at deck creation or you do not have it. When you purchase in the thick of it, suffer 2 total physical and or mental, distributed as you like. You get 3 starting experience.
Ooh, okay. So you're gonna start off with dirty fighting?
Potentially. But yeah, in the thick of it is one of the fucking sins of Legacy, which makes me glad current as an environment gives me excuse to re-examine the card pool, because 99% of characters just auto-take this. And having just starting experience really warps how you approach cards in this game in ways I don't like.
I am choosing not to use this because I don't like this.
Deck is functional without it. Anyway.
Yeah, Stella's fine. I enjoy playing Stella the way I play Stella. I know it's not perfectly meta. If I were playing perfectly meta, I probably wouldn't be playing Stella with all of her cards that have gotten nerfed.
Yeah, admittedly, non-taboo Stella is so much crime with any level of experience that is probably still an argument anyway. But yes, anyway, in the thick of it, in practice, it turns out having trauma isn't why you lose, so the cost is functionally fake.
Yeah.
It turns out just having better cards from the start makes you win more.
I actually fucked up the first time I read this card, and I thought that it said that you suffer 2 physical and 2 mental trauma,
That
which
would generally be hilarious. I'd love that.
I think would genuinely be a better balancing act factor.
Yeah, I've come up with a few alternate ways to have this kind of still, but anyway, one of the main arguments for in the thick of it and Rogue is a couple things, but one of the main ones is Easy Mark. Easy Mark introduces another new concept that was introduced in the Dream Eaters expansion, Myriad.
Oh god.
Myriad is a card you can have 3 of in your deck. And notably, for experience cards, if you spend the experience on the 1 copy of the card, you get all 3 copies.
Huh.
And Easy Mark is a pretty good card. 0 cost, trick event, Myriad. Gain 2 resources and draw a card. And it has the funny writer text. Reaction. After you play Easy Mark, you can play another Easy Mark from your hand at no cost.
So basically, if you have all 3 of these things in your hand, you can just replace all of them and get 6 resources turn 1.
Yes. The dream of this card is very funny. But honestly, even playing it individually is a pretty solid play.
Yeah.
The doubling is just a neat bonus.
Also, it's a trick.
That too.
Right, so you're only taking the 1 grift then?
Yeah. Yeah, it's room for other stuff in this deck. Admittedly, if I have Easy Mark, and I have watched this, and my asset count is pretty low otherwise, I might not need it. So yeah,
That's too bad. I liked that card.
How the rest... Yeah, it's very fun. Anyway, so if I want to embrace full, and I don't think I will in this deck, but if I wanted to be a total fucking degenerate,
No. No.
So, item relic, permanent, exceptional. So it is 2 experience. When earning experience during the resolution of a scenario, if you're not defeated during that scenario, you earn 2 additional experience. If you were defeated, you just fucking die instantly, regardless of what anything else is.
This is not an actual cost, because this basically just reads, you earn 2 additional experience. Like, if you die, and like either the campaign's over or you start a new character. It's not really going to get in your way during gameplay, aside from making you have to swap out characters midway through the campaign.
Yeah. Yeah, this is a very funny card, but it's such a fucking conceptually toxic design. It turns whoever has it into the fucking MVP quest.
Yeah, everyone go protect the Karen's Obel character.
Which, admittedly, a lot of builds you can achieve with Karen's Obel level of experience are just inherently the MVP naturally and will handle shit themselves, but still, it's not a great concept.
Basically, you're turning a character in Arkham Horror into the ADC from League of Legends, and you don't want to do anything that's like League of Legends.
Yeah. Yeah, they have messed with cards that fuck with the experience curve, and there's a lot of variance in how good and well designed they are, but I think in general, I don't like the concept of them doing that, and I hope they don't do it more in the new wave of product.
Gotcha. All right. Give me a minute, actually.
Instead, what I'm probably going to do is...
Savant.
2 copies of this.
Oh.
Savant. 1 experience wild skill. Innate developed. It gains extra wild icon equal to your lowest skill other than the skill being tested.
So normally that would be 1, but if you're getting hit with a head test, then that actually becomes 3.
Yeah, it becomes 4 total icon, because this is in addition to its starting icon.
The Rascal Queen truly never makes something more like League of Legends. Yep. That's facts right there. Also, hello, welcome to the stream.
Yeah, Rascal Queen is Iceland /
Oh!
Sentinel stream, if you'll remember.
Hello.
Hey dear. But yeah, obviously powerful and winning, not just because she's the skills lady, but also she has the perfect stat line to take advantage of this.
Yeah.
Admittedly, it means she has better willpower the rest of the time, but it does mean when she does need to pass a willpower test, +4 each, baby.
And they put what is basically a quote from Remember the Name on it, which is very funny.
Yeah.
So 2 copies of Savant?
Yeah.
There you go.
So anyway, actually looking at our total now, we have 8 assets, 7 events, and 12 skills. So 27. We have 3 slots left.
Right. So a singleton of 1 card, which is probably eventually going to get swapped out for Dirty Fighting.
Yeah.
And 1 more double card.
Yeah.
Brontosauropede mod when? Brontosauropede? What in the world?
Yeah, I'm just mentally delving through all the skills, seeing if there's anything significant I am missing.
Google comes up completely empty on Brontosauropede. What the fuck? What are you talking about?
You know, I think this does have all of them here. Which does put Nimble and this new one they added in Hemlock, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Light-footed. You can automatically evade another enemy as well.
Neat.
Actually, this is a package I'm going to cut in the when I get experience, but there is a funny.
Actually, while you explain this one, I am going to go stretch my legs and use the restroom because I've been in a seated position for a little while.
Yeah,
I will be right back.
Put your camera roughly here so I can explain things easy.
Gotcha. Alrighty.
But yeah, anyway, at least for the level 0 deck, I'm gonna run probably one of this card, Breaking and no, wait, this. The problem with this is it's not a foot test. I misremembered. It is an Investigate, which is default book that adds your foot. This is notably not what our deck is designed to do. So the dream of that is dead. What I did think was using the I'll take that anyway. And the reason that synergizes with breaking and entering is because it adds 2 stats together, so naturally it's a very high success number. So it's very easy to get value out of I tag that. Without that high number, I am a lot more dubious about them. So I think this probably ends up being more skills. A single pilfer as a treat, I think. Yeah, I'm not going to have trouble finding it again once I get real. Sorry, I was just checking other stuff. Alright, so that's Pilfer as the 28th. What is the 29th and 30th? let's see. Currently, options are just nimble again, which I think is worth consideration. Obviously, I have Olivier, which is still a little in contention with that as a niche, but it would still be good burst mobility, which you do need sometimes, depending on the situation, but less so in TCU as a rule. But I think it would still be good as a level 0 option. Yeah, I think this, because there's at least one notable early scenario where having burst mobility is good, then I think this can probably be this or the you handle this ones can be the upgrades into the pickpocketings.
Hello, I'm back.
Hello.
So you took.
Yeah, I think I've decided. Yeah. So, yep, all these, and I ended up taking Nimble for the level 0, which can probably be upgraded out later, and 1 Pilfer.
Awesome. Sounds good.
Yep. So, essentially, I would just have to...
Brontosauropede in
save all this.
Oh, right! The Brontosauropede. Right, yes, I do remember now. You showed me this at one point. It's very much a creature.
Yeah. Anyway, I think we can do these because then, if you've already gotten your basic weakness, we roll basic weakness now. Now,
yep.
Basic weakness, as written, comes before the deck building process. Comes after, rather. And depending on how polarizing some weaknesses can be, that's a bit of a bitch. If I hit the one that makes you discard, I am going to cry. Oh, that was the wrong button.
Yeah.
Technically could be, but I think, yeah, just the normal random. So. Oh, this one's funny and Winnie. This one is a problem.
Oh boy. I did also get my own problematic one, which was Unspeakable Oath Curiosity. So I guess we're playing without taboos, so we're gonna have to deal with some challenge.
Yes, yeah. This is going to be fun.
Let me actually just
I also always had the policy with, if something would generally fuck with your deck in an unfun way, you can always just take over. Which, overzealous.
Sorry, you cut out there.
Oh, sorry, but yeah. I also have a personal policy that's shared by a few people. If something fucks with your deck in a genuinely unfun way that screws what you're trying to do, you can always just take overzealous. Which, overzealous is a basic weakness.
Ah, okay. That's a very... That basically works... It is exactly as dangerous in every single deck.
Yep. And it's hilarious, too.
Don't worry. I have this completely under control. That would be very appropriate for Winnie, actually.
Yeah. Honestly, I'm going to do bitch and use that as an excuse to take overzealous instead.
Alrighty.
Yeah. Especially since, notably, Surge cannot stack on cards. So, you can only Surge once per card. But if the card you draw into from Surge also has Surge, you can multi-chain. I've seen this happen once. It's extremely hilarious.
I think I will stick with Unspeakable Oath Curiosity.
Yeah, that's at least a fun puzzle to solve.
Yeah. Now, as for any other things that I'm doing, we're putting these ones to the side as potential future picks. including the chained version. But I want to just take a quick last little check to see if there's anything I want to change about my deck for the scenario, because there are some definite like side grade options in Survivor.
Yeah.
Notably, the Sparrow
Yeah.
Mask is really strong.
Yeah, it is Mythostat basically on demand.
Yeah. And one thing that I like having in the deck, but I know is probably in terms of cards that were designed for Stella, the weakest one, is Grit Your Teeth here.
Yeah, admittedly, there are reliable ways to use it, at least. Especially before you have the quick learner, you're going to maintain the fail anyway. This makes actually succeeding later easier. I'd say the real questionable card is Oops. Level
That's
0
fair,
at least.
yeah. Oops, level 0.
Yeah, if only because it requires another enemy, so it's inherently situational.
Yeah, I think what... You know what? I'm going to take out... But the thing is, do I need more assets? Like, realistically, I've got my Derringer. Let me organize this real quick. Derringer, Keyring, Track Shoes, Rabbit's Foot, Granny,
Yeah.
Raven.
If you want to exchange an asset, I honestly think Mysterious Raven is the contender.
Yeah. All right.
Sorry, mostly because it's slot crunch.
Yeah. Okay. Let's toss the Mysterious
It's
Raven.
true because it's an expendable one, but that is still a consideration.
Yeah, I have gotten good use out of Mysterious Raven, but I don't know if that's because I have it. Like, basically, sure, I've used it in the past, but I can't use that as a reason to just always have it because I'm not thinking about opportunity cost in that case. Like, would it be better to have something else? So I think...
It could just be another card that helps you get clues. Theoretically. Or something else that just helps your engine better. Sparrow Mask, I think, is a really good choice.
Yeah, I'm going to put...
Especially if you're going to be the one who handles willpower tests more.
Yeah, so that's one idea. Let's see what else I can do here.
In terms of skills, thanks to what the Drowned City added, you just have a red equivalent of deduction now. It's innately worse, because no icons. But it's deduction.
Specifically a parlay attempt, though. How often does that happen?
It should have an Oxford comma because it is just generally an investigation.
Oh,
it's
so
generally investigation or a skill test during a parlay.
Gotcha. Yeah, Oxford comma, please.
Drowned City. This was added in the Drowned City to join Longshot from Scarlet Keys, I'm pretty sure. Which is the equivalent, but for Vicious Blow for fighters.
Take a look at some other things. I know Survival Instinct is pretty decent as well.
Yeah, if you are playing to evade, this is a good extra evade button.
Yeah, basically... But what I'm looking for right now is something to fill the second slot of the Sparrow Mask as well. So what's something that I can get away with having only one of?
Good question. If we were going to embrace crime, I would say the Drawing Fin, level 0, but if you're going to stick with just keeping that experienced...
Yeah. I'm gonna stick my guns that way. Also, I just realized, by the way, it's very funny that when they eroded Scavenging, they not only, they chained it, but they also eroded it to give her a neckline.
True. Why? This is the only example of this I think I've ever seen. Mysterious.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Oh, actually, if I want to be doing something that I only need one of, body armor might actually be a good idea as well, or any kind of body
Potentially,
thing.
depending on what you think the soap is going to be like. Admittedly, one of the new spoil cards is a pretty good, decent one-off that's serving a similar purpose to Sparrowmar.
Yeah.
And like, a Stellar deck is innately fairly low to the ground on resources, so you will have the economy on this after a certain point.
Yeah, let me take a look at all of the survivor specific shirts, and if I don't find anything that speaks to me, I'll go with level headed. Wow, there's not a lot. It looks like there's leather coat and jumpsuit, and that's about it. Are there any I'm missing?
Yeah. There are some experienced ones that are also multi-class, but those are experienced ones.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'll go with level-headed as the other.
Yeah, fun excuse to try it out, at least.
Other pull here. So 1, 2, right, 1, 2, 3, 15. Okay. And if I don't want to swap anything else out, then that's fine. And now you said that oops was questionable include.
Level 0 oops at least. Level 2 definitely has a place depending on what situations you think are coming up, but
I tend to not
replacing it with something.
Now, admittedly, I tend to like when it doesn't come up. I tend to use it as a two fist commit for fights.
That is true.
Like you have to consider that aspect to it. That it's niche, sure, but it is two fist as well as being niche. So
yeah,
and it's a safe card to pitch for other stuff. That's actually something that I might be weird, but I actually like having a card that's like a safe pitch. Like for stuff that's like, oh hey, you have to discard a card. If I have oops in my hand, I'm like, oh well, this means that I don't have to agonize over what card to discard.
Yeah, admittedly, in a similar situation, you could also just run overpower.
Yeah, you know what?
So it really does just depend on the value of it.
Yeah,
you'll actually get use out of the play.
The thing is, this is better when you're swarmed by enemies. And if you're going to be running Dirty Fighting Winnie, I'm not certain that that's going to happen.
Admittedly less. Yeah, oh, yeah, there is also that, yeah. Yeah, again, level 2 oops is a bit better in this regard because it can trigger on the same enemy.
Yeah, hold on.
Yeah, let me just...
Yeah, any enemy.
Plus it even bypasses the problem of someone else being engaged to it. Neat.
Yeah, so I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna swap it out for probably overpower, and then if I need it later in the game.
Yeah, it's up here.
There we go. Yeah.
Plus, there's always just unexpected courage. Good old unexpected courage.
Oh shit! Yeah, you're right. I forgot about unexpected courage. That's actually the way better pick.
Yeah. Since you are nominally flexing, the flexibility helps.
Yeah. And there we go.
Yeah, I think that's a solid choice.
Alrighty. So this is my deck, and once I'm done putting it all together, it should come out to 35 cards. Yep, 35.
Yep.
Also, people watching might have noticed, when you put a investigator card on these boards, the board actually changes to a class-specific one.
Yeah, they added the scripting for that semi-recently. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
And even have scripted reminder triggers for their stuff.
Exactly. Alrighty.
But yeah. Uh,
Oh, we can
we
delete.
have that assembled.
We can delete.
Yeah.
This
Also, we've been streaming for like 4.5 hours now, has it been?
now.
No,
4 hours.
Essentially 4. We started at the half hour.
I am down
Yeah,
to continue, but I know that you might not be.
Yeah, also considering whether anyone else might be is the thing. And
Oh.
the viewers.
Good point.
But honestly, yeah, it is mainly more us. Yeah, I think we save it for a later stream if there is interest.
Yeah. I admit I was hoping to go on to Witching Hour, but it probably is best to either potentially hand it over to any viewers that want to join in, or continue at a later point. Considering we now have our
the way the prologue works is one of the bits that's inflexible to play count, but the return to box, which is the re-release, actually does have a that can have that as well.
Nice.
So yeah, I'll just save this.
Blippi says Sip and Stretch played for 2 and 2 blue. Alrighty. Yeah, I'll go ahead and save it. Arkham Horror campaigns. That's the search bar. I'm somewhat stupid. There we go. We've got the save. And, yeah. So what to do now? This is kind of what I wanted to show off, so... if you're good, I can choose whether to stop streaming or switch to something else at this point.
I think I'm personally good to call it.
Alrighty.
Then that depends on whatever you want to do on your own terms.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much for coming along, Soul. This is a lot of fun.
Thank you very much. It is for me too. I very much developed a hyperfixation with this game, so that's why I'm the fucking sicko about it.
Yeah. Well, I do plan to have this on stream when I can. Now, campaign-based games are a little bit awkward on the stream because with how the like weekly board game works, I always like to keep it relatively open so that people can choose to like whatever week to tune in. And having a game that I have to play with the same players each time might be a little bit tricky. Yeah. So I'm thinking that campaign games will be like 3rd stream per week fare. And that means they might happen more spread out and a bit rarer from each other. Like I definitely won't be doing like, even if I add a 3rd day a week for campaign games regularly, I won't necessarily be doing like the exact same one every single week until we finish. Hello, Sully. Because there's plenty of great campaign-based games that I really want to get into on the channel. Just like some examples.
Yeah, I also mentioned to Aura's Imperial Assault, which is one we have also played and liked and have been trying to find an excuse for a play group for ages.
Yeah. A couple of the ones that I have here, I've got plans to play Gloomhaven with my friend Con, because Con made the horrendous decision to make a bet that did not expect to have to collect on, which was that I would never like basically. Oh, I'll play Gloomhaven with you if you actually like start streaming, which I did.
Hell yeah.
Because I admit he probably knew that he was gonna be playing it eventually because I think he was trying to encourage me. Um, but yeah, we've got Betrayal Legacy, which I know one of our regulars, Evangeline, was very interested in trying out, and I agree. Betrayal Legacy is excellent.
Yeah. A different server me and Auras are in also play that. It's very fun.
Yeah. I've played a little bit of it, but never enough that it would actually be all that spoiled for me. Um, there's the Bloodborne board game, which I had a lot of trouble with for a very long time until I got the best advice I've ever had, in fact, from Sol and Auras, which was just add an extra action per turn, 5-head, and then everything about it was fixed forever.
Yeah, the existing balance of the Bloodborne board game is extremely fucking tight. For little reason, really.
Yeah, it's a problem I have with a lot of co-op or solo games, which is that a lot of designers I think get self-conscious about the fact that they're making a game that doesn't have the natural conflict between players. So they overcompensate by making the game an execution puzzle, and they end up giving no room for experimentation or mistakes. And honestly, that's just not fun. So I'm always in favor of loosening up those kinds of restrictions because
Yeah, the Stardew board game is also this a bit, but they just openly stated they were going to do that a bit and be for experienced hobbyists up front.
yeah,
That's also what Eric Barone is do.
there's a couple of weird cases like this where like something was added due to a bizarre reason. I remember like in Lancer, which is a tabletop game that I like, the way that they designed the upgrade system puts weird restrictions on you being able to like switch to a new mech, and they actually say in the book basically we added this because people expect character design choices, like character creation choices, to be permanent because they're used to D&D. But that's actually not how we intend this game to be played. So feel free to ignore these rules and just use free spec.
By the way, another Lancer player here. Don't let anybody stop you from fulfilling your dreams. You can give the fast travel marker a gun.
Yes, you can. But yeah, other things here. Kingdom Death Monster is a constant cursed presence in my life that will never go away, no matter how much I try to forget it. And every now and then, I do go back and say, like, maybe if I try to get into it this time, it won't punch me in the stomach again. And then it always does, because it's Kingdom Death Monster. I am in an abusive relationship with this board game, and I do not want help.
Hell yes. Sounds like an excellent thing to play with you sometime.
Definitely. The Resident Evil board game I've been playing with a friend. It's pretty darn good. I have to say. And Sully here and I have played a little bit of the Elder Scrolls Betrayal of the Second Era. That's also extremely, extremely good. There's
yes, me and Auras also have experience with that, and I was also kind of looking for more excuses to play it, so I've been down for that.
Yeah,
I must admit, I never expected to play an Elder Scrolls game that works. Surely that wasn't that funny.
The timing on it was really good. Also, yes, I exaggerate my reactions a little bit for the stream. Don't laugh. You do it too.
Yes, you're a PNG tuber. You have to do it even more.
Imagine not just being a gif of rotating bananas.
But yeah, Elder Scrolls Betrayal of the Second Era, aka too many bones, but they made it slightly less janky. And yeah, there's all sorts of other stuff that I want to try out. Kingdoms Forlorn, Aeon Trespass Odyssey, ISS Vanguard. Kingdoms Forlorn's actually been one that I've been kind of obsessed with recently. Partially because I want to just note this. Not going to go too far into it right now. But Kingdoms Forlorn has a really cute detail to it. Hold on, it's gonna take a minute to load here. It's about, knights going on quests through ruined kingdoms. It's very Dark Souls core. But you have these, really cool, character cards of the knights, and these super, super neat models of them. Hold on, it's, Table Up Simulator is not responding. Okay. Wow. Let's see if that fixes itself. May have bitten off more than I could chew here.
Smaller bites on smaller bites.
Okay. Shoot. Let's pull that back up. I'm going to let the thing load in its entirety before I try to take any sort of action. Oh god, not again. How in the hell am I able to load this on my laptop but not on this machine?
Technology continues to be cursed and mysterious.
What is this tabletop? Oh, there we go. Okay. So, you've got these, cool art portraits of the characters, and you've got, these really awesome, models and everything, all these wonderful things that look really, really good. And then you look at the knight cards that you use for stuff, and they're designed like they were pulled off of a comedic medieval tapestry. This is the art style they use for the cards. It's amazing.
Fuck yes.
Over here, for example, on the character of Kara, you got she's in a bush, sprinting charge, outrider reconnaissance, like the wind. She's got such a doofy look on her face. I love this. Dodge roll. Knight pose. It's great. It's wonderful. Also, this knight has a monkey companion. Sir Sonch and Little Sir.
Hell yes. Hell yes.
Also, one of the enemies is Pumpkinhead. So that's just great. And there's a lot of this is a very complicated game, arguably too complicated. Me and my fanciest pants. But thematically, this is a huge win. and I love it a lot. It's not in here, but there's an extra monster that was added as like effectively a wandering encounter monster called the Swandra, which is a Hydra, but its heads are all swans, which is truly the most cursed creature imaginable.
Oh no. Evil. Malice.
Absolutely terrible fucking creature. And also, Aeon Trespass Odyssey, which is another one that I adore. It should be somewhere here, actually. ATO. There we go. Again, I am not at liberty to say where I got these save files. I don't want to get anyone in trouble. Blah 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 news cycle. Into the Unknown Studios. If you're watching this, I ain't no snitch. To quickly explain what this is, so you can immediately see that there's like a bunch of Greek stuff going on. And again, we've got a cool style for all the cards, is that they look like those designs that are on pottery. As well as like the really cool stuff. And you've got these characters that are like titans that do things. What if Hydra had that one bird that extends its neck? No! But what I really have to explain here that is very funny about this one is that you see how this guy here has like weird holes all across his body? So these guys are actually kind of biomechanical. And the plot of this game is that you play as Argonauts, who are people that can synchronize with Titans by going into a vat of what is effectively amniotic fluid and linking their minds with a biomechanical gigantic body to fight gigantic monsters that are trying to attack the last bastion of humanity. And specifically, what makes them so powerful at fighting these monsters is that they're the only ones who can really pierce the monsters' natural defenses, which are called Aeon Trespass Fields, or in other words, AT Fields. This is ancient Greek Evangelion.
We needed to improve Evangelion with flesh.
Yeah, well, I mean, the Evas already had flesh in there. What this really is
make it more explicit.
Yeah, it's Evangelion, but it's in ancient Greece instead.
Meaty bits.
And yeah, it's fucking awesome. It's an excellent game. There's a bit, when I started playing this myself, I ran into an event where we had a literal, like, The Hangover type moment. I actually really want to share this because it's so funny. It's somewhere around here. It would be the side stories. Yeah, R&R Adventures. Specifically Drunken Odyssey. Which is, basically, you went drinking, you're trying to get back to your, you have a massive hangover, you go out at noon, and, it turns out you went skinny dipping in the Balanian, which is the fucking amniotic fluid that lets you control Titans. I'm terribly sorry. I hope we didn't break anything. It's not... Well, it's... How do I... You lost a Titan. What?
Lamau. Also, ad break happened.
Oh, ad break. Ding. Ah, well. To quote the guard quoting you, you took the Titans for a spin. One went missing. We know it's alive because the connection is still there, but the Antikratos Hell must have been damaged as we can't initiate a junction. We need to find it the old-fashioned way. Do you know where you, left it? And you have to go on this straight-up hangover-style little thing. And the writing is absolutely peak here. I'm not going to spoil how the story ends, because it honestly is really cool. And I'll actually wait for the end of the ad break before we do the... I do want to mention, choose an Argonaut. You know the one. That Argonaut lost the Titan. And, you know, the funny thing is, when I saw that, I looked at the 4 Argonauts that I had picked as my characters, and I just, like, I immediately knew the one who would have lost the Titan. They were right. But yeah, this bit right here, you know, you retrace your steps. First, it's the trade fleet dock, where you stole some Egyptian emissaries' robes. Sadly, they couldn't be recovered. As a side note, that would explain why you ditched them and went all Gaia on the Balanian. Back to the investigation, you met the emissary at the Old Naus, where you were painting some obscene graffiti on those dour-looking Olympian faces. You still stand by this choice. I love the writing here. It's so good. It's like, oh no, I'm sorry. I was just so drunk. Oh, I graffitied that one? You know what? I actually still stand by that one. God. But yes, I have plenty of games that are campaign-based that I really, really want to share with people on this channel. But campaign-based games in general present a bit more of a challenge than more traditional board gaming experiences, because I don't want campaign-based games to get in the way of the channel being broadly open for people to participate and potentially join us for board games. So
Yeah, makes sense.
I think having it as a separate event that is maybe a sometimes food is probably best.
Yeah, absolutely.
So yeah. Right. As for now, is there anything else I would want to do today? I don't normally stop streaming after... I normally stream for a lot longer, but I suppose this was mostly a test stream as well to figure out the new setup. Yeah, I think that I should probably go get something to eat. Because I didn't make particular plans. Base Ravine says D. Cool.
Oh shit, are we getting a mukbang stream?
I'd rather not. That's not me.
Yeah, that's not the kind of eating people want to see the fucking Lami is doing.
I see. Okay.
Anyway, but yeah, that was fun.
Yeah, I had a good time. Sorry you kind of come in at the end there, Sully, but I figured that...
expected to.
Yeah, fair enough. So yeah, I will see you all on Wednesday for more Book of Hours. And as a small side note, it appears that my connection woes are... Could check out Christmas in Brandkrug. I'm gonna keep that one to Wednesdays, I think. For those who don't know this dynamic and haven't been in the Book of Hours streams all that much, Base for Beans is trying to goad me into playing more Book of Hours, because Base for Beans always tries to goad me into playing more Book of Hours and going an unhealthy amount of time. This is simply our dynamic. It just kind of happens, and I fall for it most of the time. Not this time. I'm not starting up a run of Book of Hours because I will be sitting here for another 8 hours.
Damn, I can't believe it's a book of 8 hours.
Yeah.
It's a book of hours, not book of whole day.
I'm called an enabler. Yes, you are. Yes, you are, Base. And I do appreciate it sometimes. But I've got my eye on you. Anyway, Book of Hours on Wednesday at the usual time. I will see you all then. And for the time being, my connection issues are solved. The streaming system seems to work perfectly. All that's left to do is stop the recording and see if my plan to record everything directly to my hard drive worked out just fine. So, thank you all so much for coming, and let's find someone to raid. I'm actually ending a little bit earlier than usual, so there might be some people. Let's go ahead. And looks like Usagi Heaven is streaming Ghost of Tsushima with only 2 viewers. Let's crash the party.
You know, funnily enough, I was
Hell yeah.
I was looking at that and was thinking to myself, I should probably mention that.
/ raid Usagi Heaven. Alrighty. Thank you all once again so much for coming. And I will see you next time. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Raid. Stop streaming.